I'd like to call the meeting to order. And as we gather this morning, I would like to acknowledge on behalf of Council and our community, they were a meeting on traditional territory of the First Nations. We would like to thank the Algonquin people and express our respect and support for their rich history. We are extremely grateful for their many and continued displays of friendship. We also thank all the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Please stand for a moment of silent reflection. Please be seated. And Mr. Kelly, could you conduct a roll call, please?
Thank you, Warden, and good morning. Councillor Bennett.
Here.
Councillor Brose.
Present.
Councillor Doncaster.
Present.
Councillor Donahue.
Here.
Warden Emo.
Present.
Councillor Giardini.
Present.
Councillor Grills.
Present.
Councillor Yon.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Lynch.
Here.
Councillor McKenzie.
Present.
Councillor Mayville.
Present.
Councillor Murphy.
Here.
Councillor Nicholson.
Present.
Councillor Service. Councillor Watt.
Present.
Councillor Weir.
Here.
And Councillor Wilmer.
Present.
Warden, you have quorum.
Thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Seeing none, I would accept a motion for the adoption of the March 1st, 2023 minutes. A mover, please. Councillor from Madawaska Valley, second by Councillor from Kilhegdee Richards. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much, Council. As we gather this morning, I would like to acknowledge on behalf of Council and our community that we're meeting on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. And to members of County Council, during the month of March, I attended 25 meetings on county business. On March 6th, I attended the Francophone networking breakfast held at Le Centre Cultural Francophonie de Pembroke. Marie-Josée Levesque, founder of Bumpy Roads Studio, Inc., was presented the Francophone Entrepreneur Award from Enterprise Renfrew County in recognition of her community contributions, her business coaching, and dedication to creative entrepreneurship. This award was made possible through a grant funded by the Province of Ontario. On March 6th and 13th, I attended interviews for an AMO Board of Directors Rural Caucus vacancy. On March 9 and 10, I attended the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus 2023-2024 strategic priority setting meeting that was an important and unique in comparison to other EOWC's meetings, as it set the priorities, which provide directions to our CAOs and staff for the upcoming 12 months. Decisions made about strategic priorities drive the Warden's Caucus work and impact the advocacy, the issues tackled, policy analysis and recommendations, our communications, and meetings throughout the year. Strategic planning produces fundamental decisions and actions that shape and guide what an organization is, who it serves, and what it does, and why we do it. A successful strategic plan sets priorities, it focuses energies and resources. It strengthens operations and ensures that staff and stakeholders are working towards common goals. On March 10, I also attended the AMO Board of Directors County Caucus interviews. On March 17, I attended a Roma Board of Directors meeting for a few minutes. I was troubled by broadband, international broadband, not regional, Jason. So policy updates were brought forward on drainage issues, update on the expansion of presumptive coverage for cancers for firefighters, and new excess soil regulation. Committee reports were also presented on nuclear waste management, Ontario, and the teeny tiny summit to be held in the township of Minden Hills. On March 20, I attended an SVN affordable housing webinar. All levels of government are working towards creating a platform to encourage the development of affordable housing. This webinar series is designed for the stakeholders who need to be involved to solve the housing crisis and to provide actionable strategies, tactics, case models, and financial models. I'll be making a similar presentation in June to another group at a webinar. On March 20, I attended an AMO Youth Fellows internship meeting. On March 22, I made a presentation on the Eastern Ontario Warden Caucus 7-in-7 regional housing plan to the County of Haliburton. On March 23, I attended the Ministry of Finance pre-budget consultation 2023. We were told that by lowering costs, getting key infrastructure projects built faster, and attracting more jobs and investments to help businesses, families, and workers, the plan would work towards building a stronger Ontario economy for the future and today. On March 23rd, I also attended an AMO Committee of the Whole meeting, and on the 24th, I attended an AMO Board of Directors meeting. The Membership Center launched a recruitment process for cohorts of the AMO Youth Fellowship Program, and 3 successful fellows are being mentored. I'm currently mentoring Morgan Carl from the City of Peterborough, who is pursuing a Master's of Public Policy and Administration degree from Carleton University. Morgan has a background in political economy, anti-poverty advocacy, and social services. Morgan's research is focused on municipal policy solutions for housing and homelessness. Having led campaigns for political change at every level of government, Morgan hopes to learn more about the scope and application of municipal powers around budget formation, housing, and social services provision. So you will see Morgan in these chambers either through Zoom or in person over the next several months. On March 24, I attended and brought greetings to the County Child Care Professional Development Day, Play, Learn, Think, held in Pembroke. And I was accompanied by Chair Giardini and CEO Craig Kelly. On March 24, I, along with other members of County Council and staff, attended the announcement for permanent funding for the Renfrew County Virtual Triage and Assessment Center. MPP John Yakubuski announced an investment of $3.2 million in 2023-2024 from the provincial government, which is very good news for rural municipalities, as we know it is an innovative healthcare delivery model that will continue to address medical needs of area residents without a family physician. On March 28, I attended a meeting with the Algonquins of Greater Golden Lake to discuss shared projects and common interests. On behalf of Council, I wish to express our sincere condolences to Deputy Clerk Rose Grunts and her family on the passing of her mother, Marcella Utrunke, who passed away on March 2nd. I will remind those assembled here of the following: the County of Renfrew, experience our history, share our future. This concludes my address for this session of County Council. Thanks. Great, thank you. And I'd like to, we'll move the agenda around a little bit. Chris from AMO, Chris Van Doren from AMO hasn't joined us yet, so we'll move up and we'll take the End Violence Against Women delegation led by Joanne Brooks. And Joanne, if you'd like to join us, please. I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry. Please, yes. I'm sorry. My apologies.
My apologies, I should have reminded you, Warden. We have with us today Sarah Schuster. Sarah is a Bonnechere Valley resident and is interning with us. She is at Willis College doing the Executive Business Administration degree, so I thought this would be an excellent opportunity for Sarah to come and witness County Council. So welcome, Sarah.
Thank you, and welcome to the County of Renfrew. I'm sure you'll find today interesting, and as we've already showing, we're very flexible. We move things around virtually at will. And so, Joanne, if you could join us at the front, please.
Is it okay if I pop this a little bit to the right?
It's pre-wired in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm just going to refer to, oh, it's okay.
You see it on that screen in front of you too as well.
Ah, well, there you go. Perfect. I'm here today on behalf of the End Violence Against Women Committee for Renfrew County, and Lisa is a member of that committee, and she's going to be presenting with me today. You may be wondering what's at the front, and we are here today a little bit to talk about the inquest recommendations that were released on June 28th, 2022. And the inquest was for Carol, Anastasia, and Natalie, who some of you may have known, and I'm sure that we all remember where we were on September 22nd, 2015. We've also brought another candle, which is for Jane Doe, which is for all of the other women that we're here to talk about today, the women that sometimes are in the news because they've been killed, and for many of the women who never report or don't come forward to anyone. So we took to the inquest a magic wand that we gave to all the jurors and to all the members of the inquest, and it says, "We knew Ken, Carol, Anastasia, and Natalie, because we want to work for change." So we're really happy that you have allowed us to come today to talk a little bit about EVA and to talk about some of the work that we do in Renfrew County. Our other colleague is here too, Faye Casista, also from Victim Services. So we could go to the next slide if that's okay. This is the purpose of EVA. You'll notice the picture, which is if you've had the opportunity to go on the Emerald Trail in Petawawa, there is a monument honoring women who have been murdered by men in Renfrew County. In September 2015, there were 23 names on that rock that you don't see there. By this summer, once the rocks have thawed, there will be 29. So the next slide would be great. That's harder to read. Talks a little bit about what EVA has been doing. EVA has existed in Renfrew County. It used to be called the Renfrew County Committee for Abused Women. It's been around for more than 38 years in Renfrew County. Many service providers, survivors, advocates come to the meetings to talk about working for change. And in the past 3 years, we were very heavily involved in inquest preparation, and then for the whole month of June last year, we were actively involved in that process. Some of us were expert witnesses for the jury. I just want to back up a little bit. It's not on the slide, but I want to give kudos to the folks who were on the jury as jurors. There were 5 Renfrew County residents, 3 men and 2 women, and they released 86 recommendations for all of us in Ontario to consider. And you got a bookmark a little bit earlier that has a QR code on it, and that QR code will take you to all 86 recommendations. The other thing that you got was manufactured in Killaloe by a small business, and it is a keychain that on the flip QR code has Renfrew County resources. So our intention is to pass those out to folks who might be in need, and for anyone to be able to find Renfrew County resources if you're experiencing abuse, someone that you know is experiencing abuse. And on the front of it is the Stone Pebble Monument that was created by the community and unveiled on September 22nd in Barry's Bay of this past year. So Eva, we can just flip to the next slide. You probably can't see that, but I don't know if you release, that could be released out to you afterwards too. One of the very big things that Eva becomes involved in is public education, because what we've learned from survivors is that education makes a difference. And so that to that end, Eva becomes very involved in that. And actually, tomorrow night in Renfrew, we're going to be showing Women Talking, which is the award-winning film by Sarah Polley. And we're going to have a discussion and a talk back after. So that will be a powerful evening. I'm hoping we have enough seats for everybody. There's 296 seats, but I'm getting a lot of emails, so I think it's going to be very popular. You can see some of the other things that we are involved in. We team up. The Women's Sexual Assault Center is part of EVA, and we team up to do work with Take Back the Night, with the December 6th Vigil, which we normally hold at the Petawawa Monument every year. We do community conferences, work to find grants. Our table receives $25,000 a year to meet, which just kind of keeps us afloat, and it really relies on volunteerism from all of the table members to make things happen. The next slide talks a little bit about the protocols that EVA has been instrumental in implementing in Renfrew County. The Sexual Assault Response Protocol, Child Abuse Response Protocol, the investigation and management involving people with special needs, and the anti-human trafficking response. So that's what I would like to share with you, and I'm going to call on my colleague Lisa.
If we could flip, please. If we could flip it, please, the slide. So my name is Lisa Ugman. I'm with Victim Services of Renfrew County. At the time of the inquest, I have been working in the intimate violence field for 35 years. And at the time of the homicides, I was the executive director there. I've since shifted focus to work in expanding and developing our anti-human trafficking program. So I bring all of that to you this morning, as well as that is what I brought as an expert witness to the inquest at the time to talk about what is the rural reality of individuals living with intimate violence, and as well as to speak a second time about proposed recommendations. So to make it real, we have a slide up there, and this is from only 3 organizations during the past 2 fiscal years, which is for us April 1st to March 31st, with respect to the number of clients that we have serviced who have experienced intimate partner violence, as well as how many contacts in total we've had with those individuals. So what that breaks down is to, the first year I'll say is 2021, and then the second is 21-22. So Bernadette McCann shared their numbers with us. In the first year, they had 548 clients. In the second, 573. The Regional Assault Care Program, which is housed out of the Renfrew Victoria Hospital, which is our hospital-based supports across the county, served 237 and then 248 clients. And at Victim Services, we served 630 clients the first year and 638 intimate violent clients at that time. So I share with you those numbers because I think that is still the tip of the iceberg. We know, we all see the police reports, 6 to 12 on average domestic violence incidents reported every week in the paper, at least in Renfrew we see that. What we know is that the Victim Witness Assistance Program last fiscal year reported at the inquest that they supported 400 intimate partner violence clients. So that's how many were actually charged and actually made it to the actual court process. So we know their numbers are the absolute tip of the iceberg, and our numbers are the tip of the iceberg. And I think to make this real for all of us, there's probably none of us in this room who don't know somebody who has experienced intimate violence, whether as a child you saw it or experienced it, your parent was a victim of it, or your other parent whom you loved was the perpetrator of it. Our friends or other family members have been victims. So this truly is something that happens all the time and everywhere. And these stats are simply an attempt to bring real numbers to you about what we're seeing, even though we know it's not the total picture. If you could flip, please. So we're here today to talk about the inquest. And as Joanne alluded to, there were 5 local residents who came out with 86 recommendations. And one of the very unique things about this inquest, if you're not aware, is that Toronto waited for years through the pandemic to come to Renfrew County to bring that inquest here, because they wanted to take a serious look at the rural reality of individuals who were living with violence and who were fighting to end violence, and what were some of the systemic barriers that were happening to allow this to continue in the way it was. So it was a very unique inquest that had all kinds of added bonuses that don't happen when it occurs in Toronto, and we're really pleased that they were here, and we're pleased that all the lawyers got together and came out with 70-some recommendations for the jury to take a look at, and the jury actually came back with 86 recommendations for change. They accepted what the lawyers presented, but they also added to it based on what they heard as lay people sitting there for 3 weeks during that very difficult and emotional inquest. And so there's the link, and as Joanne said, you have the link on those pieces of resources that she has provided to you. So next slide, please. So we ask ourselves, has anything changed since the murders of Carol, Anastasia, and Natalie? We know, and as you know, Lanark County was the first rural county to enact recommendation number 1, which was to formally declare intimate partner violence as an epidemic. We know that on International Women's Day, Ottawa declared it as the first urban site to enact that recommendation. We know that most of the other parties have come back with some sort of a response in varying degrees to the inquest recommendations that impacted them, and we're still waiting on more. We also know, since their femicides, that COVID occurred, and as repeated research has shown, there's been an increase in intimate partner violence due to the increase in isolation, the lack of ability to access resources that have occurred, and we've seen all of our numbers go up over that time period. We also know, and bring forward to you very humbly, the impact on frontline agencies. Right, the 3 of us were there in the front lines at the time of the homicides and for years before that doing the work. We know, and we've seen even just locally, the vast amount of staff turnover that has occurred in organizations because of many feelings related to what happened on that day. We know that there's been a lot of burnout and compassion fatigue, and we know that, in part due to COVID, our workloads have substantially increased with next to no financial compensation to allow us to hire other people. So it's a huge issue that needs to be addressed, and some of those pieces are in the actual recommendations. We also know that more women have died as a result over the past few years. And there's been a lot of heartache and loss. And that's all heavy stuff. I do want to leave this slide on a positive note, and you'll see there that there is the Renfrew County Inquest Pebble Art Response. And so throughout the inquest, a grant was obtained to work with Redefine Arts to create a community-based art response to the many feelings that had occurred during the inquest process. And that Pebble Mosaic Monument was unveiled on September 22nd, and it's in Barry's Bay, and that's an image of it. So. Next slide, please. So we're here today to ask you what you can do to help us to make a difference in Renfrew County. So we humbly ask that you read the 86 recommendations. We ask that you use your voice as Renfrew County Council to be a leader in making change for the individuals in our community. We ask that you endorse and act upon recommendation number 1 to formally declare intimate partner violence as an epidemic. We know the numbers, and we can gladly speak to that more if you wish afterwards. And we ask that you lead the change with rural pride and build upon the foundation of which this inquest happened, to look at rural realities and the systemic barriers for individuals who are living here and make that change and be that leader like Renfrew County was when the slide that Joanne showed around bridging the river of silence. Renfrew County actually was the first county in the province of Ontario who created a domestic violence response protocol. And we want to continue that legacy, to be leaders in making a difference. And we want our communities to know that this is a safe place to live and that all of you and all of your municipalities endorse that safety. That's our ask for today. We've also very respectfully added a few other recommendations we'd love to talk to you about at a later date to help us move forward on the inquest recommendations and affect that change. Next slide, please. So we open it up to any question and answers you may have.
Councillor from Edmonton Bromley, and then from McNabb Braeside.
Thank you so much, Mr. Warden. Thank you so much for the presentation. This has been a growing and acute problem right across the country, but certainly feeling it here in rural Ontario as well. Specific to the chart that was presented vis-a-vis the clients and contacts, is there within the study of violence against women, femicide, do you have some notion of what size that tip of the iceberg is? Are we aware of 10% of the violence? Is it 20%? Do we have any notion of how much of the iceberg that we are seeing?
So the Stats Can number used to be 1 in 4 women experienced violence. That's a few years old. I haven't heard of an updated one. With respect to femicide, I can tell you from this femicide list that, and they track from November to November. So when we look at the last year, 52 women in 52 weeks were murdered. In the month of December, their list tracked 8 women who were murdered. In January and February, which is February being the most recent, during those 2 months, 15 women were murdered. In the province of Ontario, yes, sorry.
Thank you.
A member from McNabb Braeside, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, thanks for coming here and making this presentation and educating us a little bit more about this very important issue to many residents in the county. My question is, you piqued my interest with the response protocol. I was just curious as to how long that's been in place, and if you could just talk a little bit more about that.
So the domestic violence response protocol has been around since, what was the year? Late 80s, I think it was the early 90s, 91 maybe. What I know is I started my professional career in a different county, and as I was moving home, there was this big press release about, Festival Hall, come, there's a movie release about this protocol, and I'm like, yay, this is the county I want to be working in now, right? So I moved back in 92, so it would be around that time when the protocol first was released. And it is reviewed every few years since to update with new organizations or new policies or new practices.
Member from Laurentian Valley, and then from Pointer Valley. Sorry, Laurentian Hills. You are, sorry.
I'll put this more in a tilt. Anyways, thank you so much. I think it's, well, to have you come to us in this day and age is it's heartbreaking. So Joanne, you mentioned the funding you get is $25,000 per year.
Yes.
Is that your only source of funding?
Yes, from the Ministry of Community and NCCSS.
Children, Community, and Social Services.
Yes, thank you.
And has that increased at all in the last few years? Wow.
So that money is simply to allow for meetings to occur, like coalition-based meetings, to occur with some public education dollars. So it's an administrative type of funding, which also allows for some salary dollars for coordination.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Bon Valley, please.
Thank you, Warden. Thanks so much, Joe and Lisa. We need to be reminded often, and I think that we all need to take this slide deck back to our own local communities and show it to our councillors so that it has uptake in our communities. One of the things that you mentioned was about staff turnover, and it wasn't only with your organization or here, but in the Toronto Coroner's Office. We know that an officer was dedicated to this inquest, and then COVID hit, and he had been seconded to the coroner's office, and then that changed. And that could have also really derailed the good work of this jury, but it didn't. And that really pleases me when I know, obviously Natalie was one of my neighbors and a friend, and I couldn't have hoped for more coming out of this inquest, I don't think. But I really, knowing the staff turnover in the coroner's office, that could have been a real derailment of the good work that you guys do. So thank you.
Thank you. And we'd be more than happy to attend your council meetings and do a very unique presentation for your council based on what you want. Yeah.
I just wanted to give a shout out to you as well, Jennifer. My other hat that I retired from in December was as the ED for the Women's Sexual Assault Center for 30 years. And,
George, Mike.
Sorry. I'm not trying to go on a platform here.
I just want to draw attention. Back in the day, there were no sexual violence monuments in North America anyways. I just want to tell you this little anecdotal story. So I cold called Jennifer. She was driving. I had her cell number, and I said, Jennifer, we really want to do this monument. Do you think Eganville would be welcoming of this Stone Pebble monument? She said, sure, I'll talk to council. I think you called me back later that day or the next day. And should you be in Centennial Park in Eganville, you will find the first ever monument to survivors of sexual violence. So thanks and kudos. The response has been amazing. Petawawa, Barry's Bay, there's one in Pikwakanagan, there's one in Killaloe. There's a deep caring about violence against women in this county.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, I'd like to offer just a bit of background. Thank you very much to the three of you for being here today. I know Lisa and Joanne and Faye have been serving our community for a long time and in very difficult times, and we certainly appreciate that and are thankful that you've been there to offer guidance and information and support to our community. Why are we doing this today? I had the jury recommendations on my desk prior to coming in as warden, and it was one of the first things that we wanted to take a look at early in the new year. Joanne called me, and we've had a number of conversations about it, about how to bring it to council, and we agreed it would be something that would be an education session where we would get some information from knowledgeable experts in our community, and that's why you have these three people here today to share their experiences. We have also taken another approach in that we're going to ask Laura Lapine to come up and give a presentation on what services we have available and some recommendations that'll go back to committee as well. And we will also have a motion. It's in our notice of motion. We'll pass it later on today after lunch, addressing the recommendations from the jury. So I just want to let you know that we have heard you prior to today, and I think and I'm sure we'll be acting. So thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, and Laura, if you wouldn't mind, please. Yes.
Good morning, and thank you, Warden, and through you to Council. I want to also thank the presenters today. These three ladies are well known to us in the Community Services Department. We have been very involved with many initiatives that have rolled out through many programs throughout the county. But I want to just let you know a little bit more about what the Community Services Department does within the County of Renfrew, serving Renfrew County residents in terms of the programs and how we have moved the way we deliver services to be more aware and responsive to intimate partner violence. So one of the things that I think is really important is that we have provided all of our staff with training and continue to provide up-to-date training when it comes to intimate partner violence so that everybody who comes through our door or who reaches out by phone or email or text is seen first as a possible person to support. Our staff have been very intuitive when it comes to reading between the lines. Our staff work closely with the agencies in our community so that we can make very quick, seamless, timeless referrals so that people can get the support they need right away. And that would be what is obvious to everybody, I think, when you're dealing with community services. But there's other things that we do that's not as well known. For example, when we become aware of a situation, we are very quick to deploy our staff to keep people separate, to keep people safe. In our Ontario Works program, our housing program, or our child care programs, we often are dealing with people who are in a very difficult situation. And we need to make sure that we have opportunities to speak to people on their own without their partner present. And that's a lot of work. That's about, bringing somebody out to get a cup of coffee while we scoot somebody into another private office. It's about protecting data so that people cannot access data. Because when somebody does get into a situation where they're safe, we want to keep them safe. So we protect their information. We work with the agencies in terms of new programs. We are very much involved with working with people in community housing. We have a priority group within community housing. It is the only priority group that community housing has, which is to provide priority placement for victims of violence, specifically women victims of violence and their family. So they move to the top of the wait list when it comes to placement within housing. We make it very clear within our staff group that when it's housing, we try to, and sometimes we're placing both the victim and the abuser because we're dealing with both often, to place them very separate and keep them protected. Through our Ontario Works program, we have emergency assistance, and we float that assistance for as long as we can, and we pull out all stops when it comes to things like food security. We have a stockpile of gift cards for grocery stores so that people can quickly access food. We have gift cards for gas. We have in our system alone, our data systems, a security alert, because we know historically that there have been attempts made by people to access address information. And it requires more than just, talking about it in our office. It becomes part of the system, the data system. Because years and years ago, we became aware of a situation where a staff person compromised security in another office, in another jurisdiction in Ontario. And since then, the government of Ontario said we need to provide safety flags and security on our data so that people cannot use their power and privilege to access very sensitive information. We make sure that we prioritize people who are leaving difficult situations so that they get first and last month's rent. They get the supports that they need so they can have financial supports, because that is one of the things that we hear regularly. The people often cannot leave because of financial crises or lack of finances. We do a lot of things in-house. We feel that it's very important to be very aware, to be very sensitive, and to remain knowledgeable about what's happening. And like what was mentioned earlier by Joanne, our staff knew the 3 women that are spoken about. They are part of the conversation all the time. And when the inquest was complete and there was a presentation on the recommendations, many of our staff participated in that webinar so that they could be part of that conversation. And we will continue to be part of that conversation. But moving forward, we also feel that there are some recommendations that we would like to bring forward in the near future. While we are very sensitive to what's going on and we're, educating ourselves on a regular basis, we cannot assume that that's happening everywhere. So we really feel that, all divisions within the county should have some level of understanding and training so that, everybody becomes aware and that we can all work together to ensure that people get the support that they need and the help that they need, that they are heard, that those little clues that often are presented are known and understood. We feel that annual staff training regarding intimate partner violence and connect with agencies that support people with intimate partner violence, such as, Bernadette McCann House, Victim Services, EVA, the other agencies, that we attend and participate in events that are hosted and participate in sharing so that we can have this up-to-date training on a regular basis. And I know we're doing that now, and we will continue to do that, but we feel this is a recommendation that goes beyond just our community services department. And I'm going out on a limb, but we really like recommendation number 19, which was up on your slide, which is the She Can Fund. And the She Can Fund, it's a recommendation number 19, which is a suggestion that a municipal contribution be made to provide grants per year that could be utilized within our community. So while I could go on for a long time on the supports and services and the way we connect with many agencies, I wanted to assure everybody here at County Council that the Community Services Department is very active in making sure that people who are involved in any situation that puts them at risk is being seen and heard, and that we are working diligently to help end violence against women across Renfrew County. So thank you, and I'm open to any questions. Thank you.
Questions, comments, concerns? So I'd like to thank Laura and her staff. The vice chair and the chair and myself and the CAO sat down and asked if, what could we do? Because we know we don't make legislation or laws on bail, on release, on sentencing. What we do is we provide services to people who are often victims or potential victims. And, it was pretty apparent when we met that we wanted to make sure that we were doing the best we could with our resources. And is there other things that we could do? Because the county is a large organization with a fair bit of influence locally because we have resources and in terms of being able to assist the community to understand this and to react better in the future and to prevent it. And so those were the kinds of questions that we posed to Laura and her staff. And as we noted, these recommendations will go back through committee, and they may come back fleshed out and with more concrete action plans to follow. But in general, the idea was to reassure the community that we are responding, we are paying attention, and we're evolving in our abilities to assist our community, and also to reassure County Council of that at the same time. So thank you, Laura. Please.
Thank you, Warden. And through you, I just wanted to make one other comment, and it's in response to a comment that Joanne made. We circulated the movie night tomorrow to all County of Renfrew staff. So it's in excess of 700 people have received the poster, just to let you know. I know the theater doesn't have that much space, but we feel that, while not everybody will be able to attend, we wanted to make people aware that there are things happening. And I also feel that it's important, Warden, to give a shout out to some of our other departments, and specifically our paramedic team and emergency services, because they're very intricately involved with a lot of the work that all of us are doing. So I want to acknowledge Mike and his team as well. Thank you.
We have a plan B because I'm worried about like tomorrow night that we might not have enough seats. So in conjunction with the Women's Sexual Assault Center, they're going to contact all of the libraries in the community to see if they can have a women talking film night and have a discussion. So that if people have to be turned away, we do have a plan B.
Great. Thank you very much. And just in case our folks live streaming didn't hear this, there is a plan B for the film. Libraries are being contacted to try and have a film night in our local communities. So if you can't make it out tomorrow evening to Renfrew, or it ends up being at capacity, you're not going to be ignored. You'll have the opportunity to view the film. So thank you very much, everyone. And as I said, we have a notice of motion. We'll bring it back. We'll bring a motion back after lunch with two other ones. And with that, we'll move forward and move to, I believe, Chris Van Doren. He's the Senior Program Manager for the Association of Municipalities of Ontario. And he is going to overview asset management. And Chris. Hello, Chris.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Chris.
Thank you. Through you, Warden Iman, your worships, distinguished regional council members, it is with pleasure that I can briefly speak to you this morning. As you know, AMO is an advocacy organization representing you as elected officials throughout the province. Several of you have been involved in our work through AMO, Roma, or many of our affiliated organizations. And your warden, Peter Iman, has been a long-standing board member and an incredible contributor. My team at AMO is responsible for administrating billions of dollars in the infrastructure funding through the Canada Community Building Fund, as well as delivering a program that supports municipalities in advancing asset management. And we're currently working on a technical assistance project with staff from about half of your municipalities, half the municipalities in the county, as part of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Municipal Asset Management Program. We have been working with over 100 municipalities on several different projects to date. And separately, a year ago, we provided a primer in asset management for elected officials that was based on consultation with about 100 elected officials, and we're looking to release a new version of that document by the end of the year. On Thursday, April 27th, we will be at the Eagle's Nest Hall in Bonnechere Valley for a session with you and your senior staff. And this session will provide an overview of asset management for sustainable service delivery and examine the role of elected officials and staff. We're going to be sending an invite either later today or tomorrow, and look forward to your response to that. It'll have a little bit more information as well. At the moment, Rose, if you could play the video, it's a video from our lead facilitator that's going to just introduce the session.
Hi folks, my name is Christina Benty from Strategic Leadership Solutions, and I'm working with AMO and coming to your area at the end of April to host a workshop about asset management. Well, you might be thinking to yourself, oh, asset management, so boring. Well, here's my promise to you. It won't be that. I've designed our time together to be educational, experiential, and conversational. I'm a former politician, so I know what it's like to wrestle with complex decisions. And I know what it's like to host a conversation in your community about what are the services that we want and need, and what are we willing and able to pay for. I believe at this time in history, we need brave, bold leadership and decisive leadership, because we're dealing with a quiet crisis right now, and that is the infrastructure backlog. And so I hope that you'll be there at the end of April. At least come for the snacks and then stay for probably one of the most important conversations for local leaders. I hope to see you then.
So just checking in if you can hear me.
Yes, we can, Chris.
Thank you, Warden. So we're doing a number of these in several different regions. For the session we're doing in Renfrew County, we don't have a capacity issue as with some of the other spaces, so that's good, meaning there's not going to be a similar limitation. And as I mentioned, you'll get that invite either later today or tomorrow. And at this point, I'm here to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, County Council members, questions or concerns, information you want to share with Chris? Member from Boncher Valley, please.
Thank you, Warden. Thanks, Chris. Nice to see you. I'll see you at the end of April. I want to add on to what Christina just said in her video. When we did our expert panel at Roma, it was fun, it was informative, and any of the county councillors that joined us that afternoon, I think people got a lot out of it, and I think that this is a really, really, really important seminar to go to, especially considering that we're in the middle of budgets at our local municipalities. So thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Member from the town of Arnprior.
Thank you, Warden. Could you confirm the date again, please?
It's Thursday, April 27th. It will be in the morning, probably 9:30 to 12:30. There'll be lunch provided. It might be 9 to 12. I haven't confirmed the exact time, but it's Thursday, April 27th.
Thank you. All right, seeing no further questions, thank you very much, Chris. As always, it's a pleasure. Chris reports to the board every meeting and is always informative and engaging, because some of us aren't as well versed in finance and programs as he is, but he manages to keep our interests. So thank you very much, Chris. Always a pleasure.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing you in April. Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay. And next we will move to Mr. Jason St. Pierre, who is the Chief Executive Officer for the Eastern Ontario Regional Network. I should let you know that I've known Jason for a long time. We first met in 2006 and 7 with the Rural Connects program. He was the program lead, or the construction manager lead, I guess, at that point, project manager for us. We'd formed a partnership, Greater Madawaska, Horton, Admiston, Bromley, and McNabb Braeside, and that was one of the initial forays into providing broadband services. So we learned a lot from Jason about building networks in rural Ontario. So Jason, welcome.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you for the warm welcome. It was actually, I was in the back, I was kind of thinking, I've been in the telecom space now for about 25 years, in this role since July. This might have been one of the first county councils I ever addressed. Some of the similar faces are still around, so, but Sarah, welcome to this group. I will say one thing about this group, they're very inclusive and they will help you through this process, because I'll tell you, I hope today's presentation goes much better than my first presentation to a council. So, with me today is Corin Lamb. She is an analyst for the Eastern Ontario Regional Network. And she will be presenting in our second session as well. So she'll be here to help me through this and help support. And Marco Schmidt is on and will be driving the presentation for us. So why don't we get right at it? So thank you very much for the opportunity for us to come up and give an update to the County Council. We appreciate that. We have a very brief agenda. We will try to get through it as painfully as possible, or painlessly as possible. Maybe that was a Freudian slip, I'm not sure. So. Quickly, we'll talk who we are, governance and the organizational structure, our projects, the initiatives we have going on, and then if there's any questions. So the Eastern Ontario Regional Network, who we are. We are a non-for-profit organization dedicated to improving the rural connectivity, supporting economic growth, and enhancing the quality of life. We focus on rural markets. That is our goal, is for the expansion of that. We were created by the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, the EOWC, in 2010, and we help create and innovate public-private partnerships to address the digital divide and support a stronger future for rural Eastern Ontario communities. The core values govern everything we do, including how we make our decisions through innovation, leverage partnerships, and regional orientation. So we really are a group that looks across all of the 13 tiered municipalities, as well as the Eastern Ontario Mayor's Caucus, the separated cities, to try to find symmetries and opportunities in the broadband space for projects and coverage at this point. This slide's a little bit, from this distance, it's a little bit confusing, but essentially the ERN, we report into the EOWC and the EOMC, and we have a structure behind that with our co-leads, our governance models. A chief executive officer is myself. We have a chief financial officer, and Lisa Irvey, director of communication, Lisa Severinson, who would normally be here today with us doing this presentation. So she apologizes that she could not make it. She's on vacation, lucky. And then a director of technology and a project manager, and then a team under that supporting this. So overall, from a team perspective, we are a very lean group. We are 13 individuals looking to deliver a $330 million cell gap project at this point. So we are running a very lean organization. From our projects. All right, so just a short history of who we are and what we've done. So in 2010, the EOWC created the ERN as a municipal non-for-profit corporation. From 2010 to 2015, phase one of the original broadband project was ongoing. This was a lot of the wireline DSL that we did throughout Renfrew County and portions of Eastern Ontario. 2010, we signed a 10-year program with Bell Canada at that time. We negotiated a contract for favorable rates in our rural markets to be able to provide better connectivity for a number of our businesses, especially in the small business space, throughout rural markets in Eastern Ontario. In 2015 to present, we are working on the phase two, the cell gap project. So in 2015, the advocacy really started to begin to identify the concerns in rural markets, that there was a real gap in the cell coverage. And we were successful in 2020. We were able to sign a contract with Rogers Communications, in 2021, and we've started the construction of those projects now. I can't read this one, so I think I should know this off by heart by now. So first one, the first project here that we did, this was the broadband one. So we, if we looked at the overall project for Eastern Ontario, we had about approximately 50,000 square kilometers of coverage area. We had 5,500 kilometers of new fiber core network that would have been placed through that project. 160 central offices or points of presence were created with Ethernet capabilities. There was a negotiation for the ADSL at that time, which provided up to the 10 meg. I think it's up to 50 meg in some locations now for broadband. 423,000 homes and businesses we provided services, or we advocated to help work with the ISPs to provide service to. 63 business parks were fibered, so we brought fiber into those business parks to try to reduce the cost for businesses in those areas to be able to be connected. $175 million build was the overall value of the first phase of that project. And we connected the first four First Nation reserves as well. And then we looked and we spurred about $90 million of new enhancement across Eastern Ontario. So these, from our first project, even though it was within the last 10 years, we still have a service level agreements that go for another year. So we are still actively involved and engaged in managing those contracts with the ISPs that were successful in the first project. This is a slide that we've included now, so you guys might be the first ones to have seen this one. But one of the questions we're often asked is the difference between fixed wireless technologies and broadband technologies. So this slide's as an example. So the fixed wireless is an internet connection delivered via a radio service to a fixed location like your home. An antenna is actually mounted on the exterior of a building and connected to a modem. So it's a fixed connection from a tower to the house for primarily for residential consumption. There is some business consumption as well, and this type of technology can only be used in the location the antenna is there, so it's fixed to your house. Next slide. As where the wireless or mobile technology, which is what our Cell Gap project is based on, it's mobile services with the ability to use the radio system as a portable or a handheld device. So users can move or be mobile and maintain a call service as long as they have coverage from their provider. And technologies continue to evolve in this space. So over the years, we've heard of LTE, we've heard of 3G, now we're into 5G. So it continues to evolve based on the equipment that's being used by the telecom services. I really need my eyes checked here. So phase two of the, I might need those, yeah, I'm starting to squint here. So phase two, the current Cell Gap timelines. So this is where we were for the Cell Gap. We started the advocacy in 2014, working heavily with the MPs, the MPPs, the local representatives to garner up enough support to be able to prove that we required, thank you very much, Craig, I appreciate it, to build up enough support to be able to build our business case. In 2017, the Eastern Ontario Regional Network submits a business case to the federal and provincial governments to fix the Cell Gap problem as we detailed. 2019, the federal and provincial governments announced support for the Cell Gap project. So 5 years, that's pretty heavy advocacy as you would be aware of and comfortable with. 2020, the negotiations with the upper levels of government begin in September and were completed in May in 2020. And in 2020 as well, we launched the request for the proposal through the RFP. So we announced that in April 20th, 2020, and it closed September 3rd, 2020. We did have 2 ISPs or TSPs apply for that in Bell and in Rogers. In 2020, Bell reviewed the bids and presents Rogers as the preferred proponent, and we move forward in contract negotiations. And in March 19th, 2021, Rogers was announced as a successful bidder, and the contract is signed. And then 2022, our first towers are in flight. So when we're talking about the coverage area, and this is, we talk about 3 tiers. On our business case, we looked at 99% coverage for voice, so LTE type services. We looked at 95% coverage for standard definition SD services, so that's your email, light surfing, internet connectivity, etc. And we have 85% of coverage for HD services, which are more data intensive, video calls, Zoom meetings as we've become used to in the last few years, data sharing, streaming services, etc. This is the view of the coverage area that we've proposed. So the demand area is where we see where people work, live, work and live in the major roadways they travel on. So this is all based on the impact data. That's how this information came together. So we're looking to cover 99% of Eastern Ontario with these services. When we're in the, and we're going through the LAU process, so many of you within your municipalities are starting to see, especially as cottage country comes again, we are starting to see a number of inquiries about why towers are required. When we look at the service coverage today, the LTE coverage has a fairly large footprint. So if you're looking at your basic coverage, you can get a single bar and you may not see the tower. As you get more and more services on those types of applications, your standard definition, your high definition, there's more bandwidth required and there's more data input, which means as you get into the 4 and the 5G type services, you require more towers to be able to provide those types of services. We've also, in our proposal, future-proof this network so that we don't have to build this again. Once it's been built this time, the theory or our plan is that we will ensure that there's enough infrastructure and capability to be able to not just support what we're building today, but also what will be coming down the pipe for tomorrow. And we will see more data-intensive type applications coming through, whether it be through the paramedic services or we're looking through municipal services, smart cities, the Internet of Things, IoT, these type of applications. So we are building a network that will be ready for that, not just for today, but for tomorrow. So when we're looking to build these, there is a limitation on the amount of distance that the HD coverage will go for the 5G will cover, and that is why we are seeing a requirement for additional sites within the networks. All right, Marco? Oh yeah, I forgot about the car driving across it. I forgot he was driving the car. Yeah, so, and I guess the other piece to cover on that is when we're looking at this, we are looking to build that seamless network. So as you saw the car go screaming across the screen there, we are looking to ensure that we do have that seamless handoff between the tower sites so we don't drop calls and lose our coverage. As mentioned, the project goals, 99% coverage of Eastern Ontario where people live, work, and travel on major roadways. 95% for standard definition, again, where people work, travel, and live, as far as you can support email, browsing, social media services, and 85% in high definition, where you're actually looking at video conferencing, movie and streaming, and other more data-intensive applications. Where we are today, so the Cell Gap project. As an update currently, we have approximately 312 existing sites that are being upgraded to support LTE phones as well as the 5G. About 297 of those in Eastern Ontario, and this is from Eastern Ontario, not just the Renfrew County view. 297 of those sites have been completed so far in 2 years, so making very good progress in the upgrades. Approximately 260 new sites are being built across Eastern Ontario. 13 of these sites are now in service as of earlier this month, so we're making good progress in that and on track for our plan of intent. And we have 74 sites that we're going to be co-locating on throughout Eastern Ontario. 15 of these sites are currently in service. We actually just received a couple more this month that have come online that are not in our data set, but we are making very good progress in that space as well. We are expected, as per our funding contract, to be completed by 2025, and we will meet or exceed these service goals. So, the last piece, similar to the first project, we do have a service level agreement in place for the next 5 years to ensure that the capacity and the scalability of what we've proposed will be within that network. Benefits of the project. As you guys, as you live in the valley, you travel through the valley, you know there are gaps throughout here. In fact, I used to enjoy some of those gaps myself personally. If I was going to Haliburton County for a meeting, I'd make sure I went down through Shamrock and cruised across there because I knew I had 35 minutes where no one can get hold of me. Well, unfortunately for you guys, project of our goal here is to make sure that that doesn't happen anymore. So we're looking to close those coverage gaps to ensure that people are able to stay connected. We're looking to increase capacity through the additional tower sites and through the introduction of Rogers in some areas to be able to give options for service providers. We're improving or looking to improve public safety, so the ability to make 911 calls, but also to be able to share information through photo or video if required. Improving municipal services through the paramedics, public works, et cetera. As mentioned before, there are a number of interesting applications that we're starting to see in areas where broadband networks have been hardened. So you're starting to see some opportunities within the public works to be able to find efficiencies or modernize opportunities. We're looking to improve economic development and the tourism experience. A lot of people have cottages or they're coming through here from other areas. We want to make sure that they have the same experience in Renfrew County as they might in the city of Toronto or in the city of Ottawa, so that service is able to be covered here. It also allows them to be able to take the Friday and sneak out of work early and stay on Monday to be able to spend more time at the cottage or up in the county somewhere with family and friends. So the new towers will also allow for future deployment of fixed wireless and the new technology rollout. So today we talk about 5G. When I first started, we were talking about analog voice. We've been to LTE. We are constantly seeing a new progression of service technologies come through the markets. And by having the infrastructure and the towers in place, we will be able to meet that and just see, ideally, if it comes around, another service upgrade will be a matter of switching out antennas and not new towers. The financial funding and the details on this. So this project on the Cell Gap itself is over $300 million. It's an investment in Eastern Ontario of in-kind and community benefits. So we're seeing a full investment here. If we look at the funding breakdown, the province of Ontario invested $71 million. The federal government invested approximately $71 million as well. The EOWC and the EOMC, the Mayor's Caucus, invested $10 million in this, and Rogers has a minimal investment of $150 million throughout Eastern Ontario for this project. The County of Renfrew itself, if we're looking at it, made the contribution of just about $906,000. So when we look at the ROI investment for the infrastructure that will be built here over the next few years, we see a very positive return of that. We have in here 50 to 80 to 1 as far as an investment return. So a very, very positive return on investment here. Oh, that's a new slide for me. Financial and municipal contributions. So the 22 municipalities. Oh, for here, okay. So with 22 municipalities contributed the 10 million, 15 municipalities prepaid their contributions, and 7 paid annual investments. So we had a formula where to get the project off the ground, we gave the opportunity for the municipalities to be able to do a prepaid. We did have a number of takers on that, but we are, I guess the point of this slide is that we are, as far as all of our commitments, they've been made. So in the case of Renfrew County, there was a prepayment made of $906,000, and in return there was about $68,000 in interest that was earned from that and returned back. So yeah, positive news there. So again, in the regional view, if we look at it from an overall, so we have two, we have the county view as well as the regional view. So as mentioned, the tower upgrades, we have 312 that we've proposed. 25 of those are here in Renfrew County. Of the 312, 297 have been completed, and 24 of those are in Renfrew County. So 24 of the 25 in Renfrew upgrades have been finished. We have proposed 260 new sites to be built across the project. 47 of those are in Renfrew County, so a large percentage of that. You know, again, it identifies the gap that was here and the purpose of the project to try to close that gap. Of the 47, 1 has been completed as a new tower and is in service now. Co-locations, the 74 across the project, 15 have been finished. In Renfrew County itself, we have 9 proposed co-located towers and 1 that has been finished. And land use authority, so 260 across the territory, 159 of those have been completed. And we have 47, again, of the new tower builds in Renfrew County. 37 have been completed here, which is very positive. So we'd appreciate, we'd like to thank staff for the work on that, to be able to get this done at both the county and the municipal level for the effort that it's taken to get those LUAs finished. Now we do have, sorry, Marco, if you don't mind just going back, we do have a caveat there. It's, you know, this is as of the 15th of March, and the sites are subject to change. So just an example of a change, when we did our initial bin data, we showed a number of active units right in the middle of the artillery grounds up in Petawawa. So to remove that as a target, we've actually proposed that we will be taking that one out because we don't need it to be part of the CFB Petawawa target grounds. So we are still refining some of that data, but these are pretty concrete numbers now. So the steps to construction, this is what I'm going to need a slide on again. This is steps to construction here. This is one we feel is important because it does impact the municipalities. So number of challenge when you're coming to build a tower in anyone's municipality. It's not always the most favorable item that's being discussed as far as new infrastructure. So when Rogers is coming out, or if Bell were to be doing this, you know, the first challenge is to find a property that meets the needs. So when we look at building this network, there's a propagation map that would be provided. They would be looking at the best coverage, the way the network would integrate with each other, because not each of the towers necessarily work on their own. It's a network of towers that are going to provide that seamless handoff that we saw earlier. So the Rogers team in this case would be looking at the overall territory of Renfrew County. They would be propagating against that and finding the best locations to put towers that'll meet their network coverage requirements. They'll go out and meet with a landowner, and they may have 7 or 8 properties they're considering. Once they've found a willing landowner who is willing to accept a tower on or meets their criteria and is able to accept the tower going forward, they would start to negotiate that lease. Often when we come to councils, we will be asked why there was only one location selected. Typically what will happen in those scenarios is we will meet with a number of landowners, but once one is agreed to it, the process will stop at that point typically, because we have a willing landowner to work with. And it's not the easiest negotiations at times to find willing partners for that. So the lease will be, a lease would be negotiated with that landowner. As part of our obligation to the Crown, EORN has taken on the duty to consult process for ensuring that all of the relationships with the First Nations in Eastern Ontario are adhered to. So we have 6 First Nations in Eastern Ontario that we work directly with. There are 18, though, through our duty to consult agreements that we need to consult with, and we do consult with these groups. Part of our agreement with them is that we will perform an archaeological assessment and a natural heritage assessment on each of the 260 sites that are being built new. So as soon as we break ground, we have committed to them that we will do these and share those results back. Of the sites so far that we have completed, I think we have had, and Corin, correct me honest, I think maybe 2 locations that we've actually had findings of archaeological importance. Once we've had that and the NHA and the AAs have been completed, we will follow the land use authority process with the municipalities, so we'll be coming to the municipalities. Once that's been approved, we notify the province that it's ready to proceed, and then we will hand that over to Rogers in this case, and they will continue to start their building of the project. This timeline, if you look at it, can take anywhere between 18 to 24 months. So it's not a quick process, and that's why when it comes to the municipal space, we do appreciate the support of the staff to be able to help us prioritize this and get this through the process. The other key piece on this is the consultation process with the Indigenous communities and organizations is ongoing throughout this entire process. So the First Nations consultations, as I mentioned earlier, EORN is consulting with the First Nations and Indigenous organizations across the region. We have been working very closely, and when I first came into this job in last July, it took the first 4 months of my, I guess, newly appointed time here was spent learning about the relationship and the commitments that we've made to the First Nation and Indigenous communities. So it has been a very important and vital portion of understanding and communication back and forth to understand the requirements and the needs and to ensure that we can build that relationship. So EORN and the OWC strongly believes in the benefit of the project must extend to all of the communities, municipal and Indigenous in Eastern Ontario, and we're doing our best to ensure that occurs, and a consultation will occur throughout the rest of our project. The municipalities, so as the municipalities, you are responsible for the land use authority for any new tower that would be built. So Rogers Communication has completed the LUA process on approximately half of the planned tower sites and will continue to work with the municipalities to obtain the LUAs for the remaining sites. Post LUA approval, municipalities are key to moving this project along and working with Rogers on processing building applications, et cetera, in a timely fashion. And again, we have had success in that space, so we appreciate that. And EORN has created a resource document for use by municipalities, and we're always available to assist if possible. And if you go to our website, we do have resource documents on there that we are willing to share and speak to at any point. On the ISED portion, another challenging portion that we often have, in the communication, we often talk, and I think it's probably the next slide, I'm getting ahead of myself here, but we often talk about the relevancy of information. And this is coming directly from the ISED, which is the Innovation, Science and Economic Development Group of Canada. They have the authority under the Radio Communication Act to approve each site on which radio apparatus, including towers, may be located, and to approve the erection of all mast towers and antenna supporting structures. ISED generally favors having the telecoms and the the public and the local use authorities, land use authorities work together towards a solution to try to find the best location that will have the least amount of impact. Under ISED procedures, if either the LUA or the TSP believe the discussions have reached an impasse, either can formally request departmental intervention concerning reasonable and relevant concerns. We've been very fortunate that we've been able to keep it at a local level as far as the discussions between Rogers, EORN, and the municipalities, and we've not had to involve anything with the ISED regulations as of now. We have attended a number of community events and municipal council discussions around this just to help support. So if there are any concerns or issues, please reach out to us and we'd be happy to join a meeting to have these discussions. So as the guidelines are related to public concerns, and this is sometimes where we'll hear this, concerns related or relevant include what is use of the existing tower is not possible, why the use of an existing tower is not possible, why an alternate site is not possible, what the TSP is doing to ensure that the tower is not accessible for general public, how the TSP is trying to integrate the tower into the local surroundings, and what options are available to satisfy the aeronautical obstruction making requirements in the field, and what the steps the TSP took to ensure the compliance with general requirements of the document, including the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act, Safety Code 6, and etc. Concerns that are considered not relevant, we have had the use of irrelevant, which is not the way it's supposed to be formed, but if you hear it, it's just an error. Not relevant would be disputes with member of the public related to the TSP service and unrelated tower installation, potential effects that the proposed tower system will have on property value and municipal taxes, and questions whether the Radio Communication Act or the Broadcast Antenna System, Safety Code 6, locally established bylaws, other legislations, procedures, and processes are valid or should be reformed in some manner. So the towers themselves, the ones we are proposing to build, most of these will be in the range of 60 to 90 meters. They will support the 4 and the 5G services, and by having both of those will allow for incremental capacity on the sites, and future-proof today's network for today and for tomorrow. The equipment on the towers, this picture here, just for those who are interested, typically they're about the height of a door, so one of your doors, just to give you an idea. They're attached to the tower structure before it's lifted into place by cranes, and the upgrades that use the same antenna upgrades. They use the exact same antennas, but they're winched up by a crew. So it's actually quite interesting to watch if, for some reason, you're out there and want to see one of these. So to the cell gap for ourselves, so 297 upgrades have been completed, the 15 co-locations of 74, 13 new tower sites, which are in service. Our 2 consultation agreements have been negotiated with the Curve Lake First Nation and the Algonquins of Pikwakagon. 31 archaeological assessments and natural heritages have been finished, and we've had one in-person announcement with another one scheduled here to be done shortly, but we will apprise County Council when those are going forward. As our initiatives for 2023, we are looking to complete 80 to 85 new towers and co-locations to be finished. Most of the upgrades to the 5G will be done this year, which is great news. One of our challenges, we've had a high turnover on our board of directors this year, so we have 2 new public members as well as 5 new elected officials will be joining our board this year, so lots of change in that space. The collaboration with the EOLC, which is the Eastern Ontario Leadership Council, and EOWC, we are working with them on the 7 and 7 and some of the affordable housing initiatives. We're working with the EOLC on a permitting strategy, which is coming out, and we're also discussing that with AMO as well now, so that's some work there. And we are working and looking at the public safety broadband network for the regional approach, as well as working with Infrastructure Ontario on the broadband expansion through the ASIP program, and we're working on some regional municipal approach in cybersecurity gaps. So a number of projects in flight right now. And ongoing, so. And that's it. Sorry, it's a little bit longer than I anticipated. Yeah, seriously, I see, I'm back to my first time in Renfrew County again, right? So that's why I feel I can come here and do this. I can look at a presentation. Well, that's not what I recall, but.
Questions, comments, concerns, and I see the member from Amherst Bromley.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and thank you so much for the update. This is pretty critical, certainly right across Eastern Ontario. The scope of this is massive. But within my own community, Amherst and Bromley, there are 3 proposed new towers. We have some substantial. Mine was the disappear for 27 minutes community that you were making reference to at Shamrock. There is one actually, and as I understand it, the agreement is in place. I'm not sure the process. So a couple of questions. First off, with respect to the robustness, the durability of this, I'm assuming you're talking about hardware. I'm certainly will acknowledge that I have no technical competence whatsoever in this field. But I often think of Bill Gates' unfortunate comment from the 1980s, wherein he was quite certain that 640K was going to be plenty for everyone's computer moving forward, and now we're talking in gigabytes and terabytes, et cetera. So what level of confidence is it specifically the hardware, i.e. the towers, et cetera, that are going to make this durable going forward? Because with each upgrade, it gets more and more difficult for those with connectivity challenges, because internet is making use of all of the space that's available to us, that it's becoming more and more remote, the access for those people with poor access. So what is our confidence level? That's question one.
So the infrastructure from the mobility perspective we're building, these towers, will be sustainable for the future. So from that perspective, it's future-proof. The 5G at this point that we're putting on there for the communications portion, you're right, that technology will continue to evolve. When I started working in the broadband space, 1 meg DSL was an amazing thing and everybody's happy. I remember my first complaint was on a dial-up where it was 9.9 kilobits per second and their neighbor was getting 14.4. So in the last 25 years, the evolution of technology has been there. I think I know we will continue to see that evolution. From an infrastructure perspective, though, the towers are the key piece in the mobility space, and those will last through that. It's going to be a matter of changing out radios in the future. I think you'll see packet compression will have some impacts in that. We will see advances in technology. But at the same time, we'll also see an increase in usage as we move into the 5 and potentially future G type of applications, where they'll become more data intense. So there's fiberization going on to many of these towers, which will give us the backhaul and the transport network that'll be scalable for now and for the future. And then it'll be a matter of changing the radios for the foreseeable future anyways, changing out the radios as far as from a transmission perspective for the mobile network. The other part of that that's always a challenge too is we can provide a gigabit service through landlines today, but if you're you're in the case of a phone, if your handset won't support that 5G or 6G or whatever's coming down the line, then it won't be the technology, though that'll be the other part of that is what's receiving those communications. So, but from an infrastructure, we are confident that the towers we're putting in place will be able to be used and scalable for other applications in the future.
Supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Ward, and thank you for that answer. That is reassuring. The second is with respect to the new towers. So 13 out of 260 is not a pretty high bar so far. It's 5%. And in fact, in the county of Renfrew, it's 2%, 1 of 47. So moving forward, if I'm understanding that charting correctly, just under 80% of the agreements are in place now within the county of Renfrew for the placement of the new towers. And yet there is still only an expectation of 80 to 85 over the coming year, which is still going to only get us to about 37%. So I understand that this is a very broad scope, complex project, but it seems ponderous, particularly as I'd indicated. There are many in my community that are certainly thankful for the cell service, but I think that they're also seeing this as a connectivity means in some fairly dead spots. So I'm curious, what is the term of this engagement for the completion of the cell gap infill?
So our contract with the federal and provincial government is until 2025. So our target is to have all of these sites, the 260 new sites, completed by the end of 2025. You are right, though, it's a fair observation that the 13 on 260 is a slow start. Part of what I discussed before in regards to the discussions that were ongoing with the Crown as far as the duty to consult process, that overall process to get it to a operational aspect where we had that relationship and able to move forward took about 12 months. So We did lose approximately 12 months of time that we could have been building on through that process, and we're trying to catch up now. In working with Rogers, they have a very aggressive schedule over the next 3 years to be able to close that gap and to get us back on target. So although it wasn't directly attributed to anything they could have done in that space to accelerate, they are trying to make up that gap. So, but it is a fair observation, yes.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor from Whitewater, and then from North Agona Wilberforce.
Thank you, Warden. Just to follow on to Admiral Bromley's question, we get a lot of response, not only just from the community for updates on that the next 2 years, but also from the landowners. And they're struggling to be able to make contact with Rogers after they've gotten into the agreement to get updates. Is there some place that we can forward them within EORN or another organization so that they can have that contact and reassurance of what's going on?
Yes, absolutely. So on our website, we have a location where you can reach out to, and that'll go to our communication team, and they will close that gap for sure. We have heard of that as in the past, and we've been trying to work to close those gaps. But for sure on our website, there is a place to reach out, and we will close that gap.
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. Warden, if I could do a supplemental?
Supplementary.
So I'm in full appreciation of what's planned and what's been done so far. I'm just going to provide some feedback on 2 areas for the future if there's an opportunity to influence it after EORN starts looking beyond 2025 or its next stages. The first concern is just with agriculture and the increased reliance on internet by agriculture. We're a big agriculture community, so is Admiral Bromley as an example. Their demand on broadband is significant, and it's very difficult. I know the cell phone towers are going to add. I don't know if they'll be able to suffice the demand for these agricultural operations. That's one area that I'd hope EORN would look into. How do we support that economic development? The second one has to do with, and it may be tied to your public safety broadband, I'm not sure, but 911. Currently, we border the province of Quebec. 911 calls made in our area get picked up sometimes by cell towers in Quebec, and then difficulty from that 911 dispatcher in Quebec to reconnect them to the dispatchers here in Ontario. Very difficult if you're waiting for an emergency and you're speaking to someone in French. I'm worried now with the cell phone towers we're going to install that's going to happen in the reverse. And we could be picking up Quebec calls for 911 that get sidetracked. So again, a point I just throw back to you to look at, may not be your purview, but to point in the right direction to make sure that we can resolve that up front.
No, and that's great information, and that's why we like coming out to these types of discussions, those are things we may not have taken into consideration. The agricultural piece is something that we are looking at. I spoke of the IoT, the smart cities. Agriculture to me is also a really good opportunity for us to look at once we've hardened these networks. We're already seeing some of the seeding and harvesting being done through GPS. Some of these services will be able to be done through the 5G type of technologies. There are also other programs that were announced through the province through ASIP. And so that's the accelerated high-speed program where there'll be fiber to some cases, the farm or the house, and the UBF program. So between the cellular program that EORN's working on and some of the work the province and the federal government are doing to close those gaps, I think once we have that in place, it's applications like that you're speaking to that we really want to look at to see where those opportunities are. But no, that's a good point. Thank you.
Thank you. And North Agona Wilberforce, please.
Well, thank you, Arden, and thank you for that presentation. One of the topics or one of the things you covered was that for video conferencing, et cetera, that you hope to reach about 85% of those that have less than ideal service now. So an example, in our municipality, we have somebody who's on a dead-end road, or maybe 1 or 2 people who have difficulty getting decent service, especially when it comes to video conferencing or downloading of large applications. If they fall outside of that 85% targeted coverage zone, are they still going to experience those same challenges, or is there is it part of your goal to try and improve some of those services?
Well, our goal is, if they're within those service binned areas that we're looking at, is that we would be able to see those upgrades, whether it's through the HD portion or it's through the SD portion, but we would see some improvements in those areas. So that's our goal and our target. Again, without knowing specifics, it's difficult to say whether they'd fall right into it or not, but yes, that is part of our goal, is to close those digital gaps.
Supplementary one?
Yes.
Second question is, with the expansion of these services, and certainly appreciated, and so do quite a few of our residents, is there hope that in the future costs will also come down?
Well, part of our strategy by opening up competition through providing or introducing a new provider is that we would hope that would occur. I mean, we don't have any say in directing the prices per se, but there's a number of programs that are going on in today's market from both a cellular mobile perspective as well as a landline and fiber perspective that may help implement that. But I can't answer that concretely, but part of our strategy would be the more players in the market, there should be a competitive piece to that we're hoping to see positive pricing on the other side.
Thank you. Councillor from Township of Blanchard Valley, please.
Thank you, Warden. I just wanted to thank Jason for doing my EORN report for me today. It's fantastic.
Good, thank you. So I have the impression now that I am looking for a mover to enter closed and a seconder. The closed meeting would be pursuant to Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001, as amended, for the purpose of a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group of persons, or organization. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Northern Wilberforce, seconder, Councillor from Town of Arnprior. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. And we are now in closed in a couple of seconds. Thank you. With that, I'd like to thank Jason St. Pierre and Corin Lamb for their information and presentations to us this morning. Thank you very much, and we will see you again, I'm sure. It's always a pleasure. And I'll ask Mr. Kelly, correspondence, please.
Thank you, Warden. Of course, all the correspondence has been forwarded to the appropriate committee, but with some latitude, I'd like to point out one piece of correspondence that's actually interesting, given that the budget forms part of this agenda of note, and it will go to the Health Committee on Friday. There was a lot of announcements coming my way, one that you'll hear about later in closed and one that I'll talk about now. After our VTAC message, when I got back to here, we had a letter from the Honourable Sylvia Jones, of course, the Deputy Premier and Minister of Health, that we were informed that the County of Renfrew Paramedic Service has now received in confirmation one-time funding of up to $1.2 million for the 22 calendar year and $357,000 for January of March of 2023 that will help offset the cost of our COVID-related costs. So we would hope that was coming, but this was confirmation that we were receiving roughly $1.6 million from the province to offset those dollars. So another announcement, the province was flush with money on Friday, so we were happy to accept that. So thank you, Warden. That is the correspondence.
Thank you. And with that, I would suggest that we'll recess until 1 o'clock when we'll resume. Thank you. And if I could ask for Operations Committee, please.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. The Operations Committee report can be found starting on page 3 to page 70, if you're interested. Members of County Council, we, your Operations Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Item number 1, the winter operations. You'll see the significant weather events that were declared, and I would point out on page 10, Appendix 1, is the summary of all the events and participation amounts. Item number 2, the municipal supply tender, as reported previously. The county invited local municipalities to participate, and a number of municipalities did take part in that process. Item number 3, structure B044 Douglas Bridge construction traffic management. You'll see that we have a consultant's report that gives 4 options with differing costs and differing logistical procedures to minimize traffic disruption, and that the staff is recommending that they proceeded with option number 4. Item number 4, resolutions. Resolution number OPCC 230327, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that County Council consider the assumption of Campbell Drive from Hoosborn Street to Highway 17 under the road rationalization policy in effect at the time of the request, and further that staff bring back a report to Council with a recommendation on cost sharing. And you'll see the background there. We've seen that previously. Item number Item number 5, policy PW04, regulating advertising signs and devices within the county road allowance. Resolution OPCC 230324, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee. The County Council adopt a bylaw to approve policy PW04, regulating advertising signs and devices within the county road allowance as recommended. And further that bylaw 5601, being a bylaw to regulate and placing, erecting, or altering signs upon or adjacent to a county road and associated policy PW4 signage be rescinded. The background there, I guess most significantly, is that over time we've seen a lot of variances, and the county is reviewing, consistently reviewing policies, and this one hasn't been reviewed for quite some time, so that will clean that up a little bit. Item number 6, policy PW19, road rationalization. Resolution OPCC 230325, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that County Council pass a bylaw approving policy PW19, road rationalization, outlining the criteria for lower tier municipal roads being integrated into the County of Renfrew road system, and the background is there. Item number 7, PWC-2022-25, Transportation Master Plan, Resolution number OPCC 230331, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that County Council approves the County of Renfrew portion of the request for proposal PWC-2022-25 as submitted by McIntosh and Perry Engineering Limited, Carp, Ontario, for professional services for a transportation master plan in the amount of $151,787 plus HST, and further the County Council pass a bylaw to authorize the execution of a professional services agreement. The background there was a number of submissions to the RFP, and they were evaluated, and the recommended proponent came out on top of the evaluation, hence the recommendation. Item number 8, County Road 64, Opeongo Road, Road Access Agreement. Resolution OPCC 230332, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that County Council pass a bylaw to execute a road access agreement along County Road 24, Opeonga Road, in the Township of Bonus-Share Valley, between Arturo Padagay-Miku, Belen Delamba Miku, Vincent Arthur Miku, and Jabal Mika Miku, and the County of Renfrew. This comes as the part of the process of a land severance, and so access for the severed property to a county road, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself, Chair, and committee members Bennett, Emo, Lynch, McKenzie, Watt, and Wilmer.
Thank you. And to members of County Council, questions, concerns, comments on item number 1, item 2, item 3, item 4. A member from Amherst Bromley.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Just up front first, just a technical question, because I'm somewhat confused. The initial resolution from McNabb-Braeside was seeking the county to assume the Campbell Drive from Highway 417 to Osborne Street. That was the initial resolution, I think, from May of 2022. Somehow that seems to have been morphed or evolved in the discussion going forward. I think beginning in October of this past year, that it was from Osborne Street right through to Russet Drive. And then in this year, it was taken up again in February by the Operations Committee. As part of that package, there was a letter from McNabb-Braeside that in kind of bullet point form seemed to once again confirm that the desire was simply to have the county assume that portion of Campbell Drive from 417 to Osborne Street, with several points in support of that. So I wonder if through you, whether to the chair or to the director of operations, if you could provide clarity and certainty on what is it precisely, and perhaps even to my colleague from McNabb-Braeside, what is the certainty of what we're discussing?
So I think I'll refer to the director of operations.
All right, Mr. Perkins, please.
Thank you, Warden, and through you to Councillor Donahue. Yeah, there was some miscommunication between me and the former mayor at the original, which was Russet Drive to Osborne. But right now, the rationalization that's on the table is between Osborne Street and the on-off ramps of 17. So MTO owns a certain amount of Osborne Street that the county's not responsible for. So approximately 4.8 kilometers.
Supplementary?
Just to ensure for further clarity, so then what is on the order of the day is from Osborne Street to essentially that section of Campbell Drive that already is the responsibility of the Ministry of Transportation of Ontario.
Thank you, Warden. Yes, that's correct. Yep.
Thank you.
And member from McNabb-Braeside, please.
Yes, just to confirm, that's what it is. The extra section from the 417 to Russet Drive somehow got in the mix and then it got out, so it's all good. I would just like to ask for a friendly amendment, if I may. It's actually Highway 417 as opposed to 17 in the recommendation. Can we make that change?
Yes, thank you. Councillor from Amherst Bromley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I wonder if that item 4 could be severed from the report and considered separately from the overall report.
Okay, we can do that. Thank you. You'll second it. Thank you. And with that, then we'll move to item number 5. I'm sorry? Oh, okay. All right, I'm sorry, I'll call the vote. All those in favor of severing? I'm not sure that's... in the procedural bylaw, I don't think we vote on that, do we? But anyway, we did, so. I understood we didn't have to, but I'll check for the later on. Thank you. So item number 5, Councillor from Greater Madawaska, please.
Through you, Chair, just clarity on the signage. You have people that put out daily signs and take them in. Is there any effect on those, or are these just permanent signages?
Mr. Perkins, please.
Thank you, Warden. No, these would be for permanent signage only.
Thank you.
Oops. Seeing no further questions, we'll move to item number 6. Councillor from Whitewater, and then Councillor Adamson Bromley.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'd love to see this road rationalization. I think it's a great way for us to kind of re-examine internally. And I had a question just with respect to the criteria. Tourism is absent from any of the criteria. The closest one I could find was resorts. We have a number of tourism-related sites within Renfrew County that attract visitors from across Canada, across Ontario, across Canada, even internationally. And I just wanted to get some feedback from members of that committee if tourism was considered, and if so, why was it not included?
I will speak for my participation in the committee. I will be quite frank with you. I sort of lumped it in with resorts. Not it wasn't I didn't think about it beyond that. So my apologies. And Chair.
That was my impression, but I mean, if it's easy to add in resorts or another word into that, it wouldn't be terribly onerous, I don't believe.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Adamson Bromley.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And I certainly stand to be corrected by the director. I think that the reason it's resorts is because I think that is contained within the OGRA several points. And I think that perhaps what my colleague from Whitewater is suggesting is in the interpretation of what does that mean. And I think that is what you were suggesting, Mr. Warden, because outside of that, if we are now to specify other things, now we're moving away from the policy basis, which is the OGRA rationalization kind of process. And it is not my position to dissuade whether it is my colleague from Whitewater or any other in the room, whether they saw fit to amend and introduce new measures. But when it is contained within, by and large, the OGRA itself as the criteria to meet, now we are moving away from that as the basis for it as we introduce new ones. So it certainly would be my position that would be similar to yours, Mr. Warden, that I think it is in the interpretation of what resorts might mean and how broadly that might be interpreted.
Yes, thank you. And I'll turn to Mr. Perkins in 1 second, but what I can suggest to you is that I think where I got confused was if you look at page 58 of your package, criterion number 5, resort criterion, the last paragraph says a major resort / recreational area is an area generating a minimum. So I think that's where I became confused. Thank you. Mr. Perkins?
Oh, no, and not much to add, Warden, in a previous council, we discussed a road in Greater Madawaska that was potential, and that was one of the criterion, was the resort criterion. So it is based on tourism for the resort. So it is a factor, but it's not a deciding factor.
Okay, thank you. And the chair, please.
Yeah, and I would just point out that in any of these cases, it's going to be a recommendation from staff that's going to come to council, to committee and council. So, the rationalization or the justification for any county road would come back to committee and council on each individual basis. So,
thank you. Any further comments or questions? Councillor Whitewater?
I'll just wrap that up. I appreciate that, and the interpretation is key. I just wanted also, from a council perspective, to acknowledge tourism, and it is a factor. When we consider places like Shaw Woods, there's no resort component to Shaw Woods, yet it attracts many, many different visitors. So as long as our interpretation is broad enough to include those kinds of broader tourism areas, I think we've met the intent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Chair, please.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And I did want to point out that on the first package that was sent out for today's meeting, under terms of reference in the policy itself, which can be found on page 53, on the bullet number 7, on the initial draft of this, it said that the pavement must meet or exceed the current County Renfrew Council's adopted road system average pavement condition index, and item number 8 said road structures should meet or exceed the current County Renfrew standards. In fact, from committee, that was the reverse of that, actually. So that's a typo. So the committee changed bullet 7 to say the pavement should meet, and that the road structure must meet. So that's what that policy from committee is recommending.
Thank you.
That's correct, Mr. Perkins? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mr. Bromley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you also to the operations chair. That certainly had jumped out at me as well. I know that the draft that was presented to the operations committee, each of those paragraphs, i.e. paragraph 7 in the policy on page 53 and paragraph 8 in the initial draft, each of them said must meet. At the operations committee on the 7th of March this year, the committee actually revised bullet point 7 to replace the word must with should, and was silent on bullet point 8, so that was inadvertent. And it's important. I appreciate my colleagues providing clarity on that, because, and I will leave this to you, Mr. Warden, I do believe that it should be reverted back to the initial draft. Would that be best severed from the report and dealt with, considered separately as well?
Yes, please.
If so, if it doesn't require moving, it does not, sever it.
Okay.
I have the power.
As far, well, yeah, I was under the impression it was just a request, but okay. Yep, thank you. Yeah. Not since November. Thank you. So with that, item number 7, which is the Transportation Master Plan. And then item number 8. The report as a whole, with the exception of items 4 and 5. Sorry, 4 and 6. Sorry, 4 and 6. So if I could have a mover, please.
So moved.
You've heard the motion. On the report, discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. And we'll move back to item number 4. So open discussion on item number 4, please. Councillor Amundsen Bromley.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. First, I'll be quite frank that I commend my colleague from McNabb Braeside, who has, in a very robust fashion, has been advocating on behalf of his municipality. I think that I view that almost as the template for any issues that I wish to advance at the County of Renfrew. So I express a commendation for his efforts in that regard, both his and his predecessor. Having said that, though, I do not support or rather I support the applicability of ultimately when we get to item number 6, which is the road rationalization policy, that even this one be subject. So as some background, at the October meeting of last year under the formerly constituted council, it was set over. That request was set over to February of this year, pending precisely the development of a policy. I know at that meeting, the then warden had put forward that with respect to new developers, Also, as part of the agreement, is that they are to install all of the infrastructure, and then once completed, it gets handed over to the municipality. I know likewise the current warden, you, Mr. Warden, at the Operations Committee meeting of March, or perhaps it was February, said precisely the same thing at that one. So certainly the intent, and I recognize and acknowledge that no council shall bind any other council, but certainly the intent of the Operations Committee in October of last year was that there were concerns predicated upon the condition of Campbell Drive currently. So moving forward even from that, I'm not persuaded that there is a substantive difference even in the road rationalization policy. I know it is much more prescriptive, but I will suggest that, and I have it in front of me right now, this is with respect to the OGRA policy. I will bring forward for Council's information of the OGRA policy, section 1.9.5, terms of reference, does make reference to, in the 5th bullet point, consider road condition and compensation throughout the discussion of road transfers. In the very next section, 1.9.6, methodology, it does say, determine the needs to be addressed parenthetically, i.e. surface condition, prior to the transfer of roads to the local municipality or the acceptance of roads by the county, or in this instance, the upper tier municipality. So the OGRA policy, even though it didn't prescribe a specific index or a specific document, i.e. the OP whatever 24 as to the road condition, it certainly was not silent with respect to the state of the road being a consideration moving forward. Ultimately, then, in moving forward, there is a document, even on, I accessed this through the Public Works website on the Township of McNabb-Braeside, and in the, probably subject to change, but this was the only one that was available from 2019, was their 10-year capital plan with an estimation of having to spend $1.2 million on this road by 2025. I think that clearly illustrates that the road was in a poor condition. In that 2019 assessment, it ascribed a PCI rating at best case 55, and of the lowest of 4 particular segments within that of being 50. The asset management plan of McNabb-Braeside itself identifies a degradation, an average or typical degradation of 2.4 points per year. So that's 4 years ago, so it's almost 10 points. At that point, we're now into the lower 40s, which is just hovering at the bottom end of fair before you're actually getting into poor. So ultimately, I am certainly cognizant of the financial challenge that exists here, but the road is in a poor state of repair, and notwithstanding that there has not been a policy, prescriptive policy that has existed until one was presented to us here today. It certainly, I think, by practice has been commonly understood that it is put into a state of repair, and so long as it now that it would be above that 70, keeping in mind that at 70 it is already recognized that it needs some rehabilitation. That was commonly the practice, even if not as prescriptive. And I know whereof I speak because in the flooding of 2019, Good Friday 2019, I actually had a culvert in my municipality that collapsed inwards on itself. In the hydrogeological examination of what was the appropriate size, it was undersized to start with, and it needed to be larger than 3 meters, which would meet the county's threshold. At that time, it was recognized that it was going to be our responsibility. Thankfully, there was some disaster assistance funding. It was going to be our responsibility to put that back into a state of repair and then hand it over for the county to assume. So in effect, what we have done now through my municipality is we have absolved ourselves from any future consideration of the costs of this particular structure, and I think that should be what has been practice, if not prescription, with respect to roads, which has actually been by prescription, I believe, with respect to the structures. I think that is appropriate, and I think that this must be in a state of repair. In this instance, unfortunately, it does seem to be all of the segments of Campbell Drive that are in a poor state of repair, because ultimately I think that this should be approached on a segment basis. Everyone in this room is aware that the county assets are on a segment basis. Typically, we are doing 2 to 5 kilometers of a roadway, not 10 or 12. So should any of those segments be above that threshold of 70, they are satisfactory. If there is one that does not meet that, it would have to be brought up. In this instance, it is the entirety of the section of Campbell Drive, and I am of the belief that Campbell Drive should be subject to the road rationalization policy, which unfortunately we don't have yet, but we are going to be discussing very shortly. So I am opposed to bringing this in and assuming Campbell Drive in this instance without some upgrades, some significant upgrade to the standard. Thank you, Mr. Warden.
Thank you. Comments? Okay. Councillor from Horton.
Thank you, Warden. And through you, I totally disagree with what Councillor Donahue is bringing to the table right now. I think we, as a council, set out a set of rules last year and a year before that, with written comments to the municipality for the councillors of that municipality to work with at the time of what they needed to do in order to bring documentation to the county to see whether the road met the rationalization that was present to them at the time. I feel that they did everything they needed to do in order to compensate any problems that may be along, and they did not get any rejection to that road rationalization policy at the time. Now we have a new road rationalization policy that's being drawn up because of this road and being pushed through that we needed to do prior to. And it didn't get done, and we give the municipality what we expected them to do to assume that road. I think we still, as a council, need to consider that has the road rationalization policy that they work through, and the new one would start effective the way it has of today or whenever it passed at this chamber.
Thank you. And Chair, please.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. So a couple of points. One is that certainly the previous practice that we followed, the OGRA policy, certainly does take into road condition, and that's always been the policy. I know that there's been a number of discussions on other roads over the past number of years that have always brought up the consideration of the condition of the road, being it would meet the county standard, or it would need to be brought up to the county standard before the county would even consider it. So I put that out for council's information, and also, and I apologize to the warden. This may be one of the comments that might fall under his chair at the moment, but we all sit here as county councillors, and it is our responsibility as county councillors to look out for the interest of the county when we're dealing with things. So I apologize for that statement, but I thought it should be made. So thank you.
Better said than I would have said it. Some people use words and use them inappropriate to, or in a style that's similar to Van Gogh. I'm more like Herb the House Painter with my words, so I appreciate you using yours. Councillor from McNabb Braeside, please.
Thank you, Chair, and I do thank my colleague from Edmondson Bromley for his comments. We all sit as county councillors, as was just mentioned. We need to take the whole county into consideration. I was not privy to the October meeting. I think that the Operations Committee made a great deal of progress in the last meeting with respect to this issue, and there's a few things that I would like to address that were brought up and that council should be aware of in general. So one of the reasons that this portion of Campbell Drive is not in the greatest shape is because it is acting as a county road, yet it's constructed with township standards. So all the criteria are met, the traffic counts and whatnot, because there is a four-lane highway there, an interchange that the province built. They built it there because they expect an increase in traffic. So there's truck traffic, car traffic, and that's all contributing to the deterioration. If it was constructed at the county road standards, the deterioration wouldn't be as intense as it is on a yearly basis currently. So the whole function of a road rationalization policy is that it defines collector roads and just local roads. And so this is actually the only situation in Ontario where a four-lane interchange is serviced by a township road. Every other interchange in Ontario is serviced by a county road or a city road. So again, a level 1 road is supposed to take you to a 2 takes you to a 3, and a 3 is taking you to a 4. That's a key concept of a road rationalization policy. And in this case, you're pretty much jumping from a level 1 to a level 4. And that's why you see problems with this road, because it doesn't fit into any road rationalization when you're going from a township road to a 4-lane interchange and a highway. And as indicated by these maps, it meets the criteria of what a county road is supposed to be. It's supposed to move you throughout the county. It's not supposed to collect traffic from, you know, a residential neighborhood necessarily. It takes you, county roads takes you through the county, and this particular section of Campbell Drive just goes through some farms, so the traffic isn't one farmer going, you know, to visit another, although I'm sure they do. It's traffic coming from Quebec. There's a provincial highway the Quebec provincial highway that takes you to Portage de Fort. And then the shortest way to get to Ottawa from there is along River Road through Whitewater, and then River Road through Horton Township, and then cuts across a couple township roads, including Campbell Drive. That's the shortest way to get to Ottawa. So again, in the road rationalization policy, that's basically what it talks about, is county roads are defined as the shortest way to get from here to there. So it meets all this criteria. I'm not party to what the discussions were in October. With all due respect to my colleague, I'm not entirely sure how relevant they are, because it was moved to this council, and basically we're starting over. With respect to the cost, it sounds like that's one of his main concerns, because he mentioned it a number of times. You know, that is absolutely a consideration. McNabb Braeside is willing to contribute to the upload financially whenever that takes place at a reasonable rate, something that would be in our budget. And this is part and parcel of the recommendation that when we get to that stage, and it might not be this year, next year, it might hopefully soon, but it's not necessarily this year, that staff would bring back a report to council with a recommendation on cost sharing. So that's already included in this recommendation. But the language that I've heard here, I just want council to take into consideration some of the wording that you've heard and how it's just, I don't think it fits into a reasonable policy, is that it sounds like there are those here that think that any township and a policy will apply to across the whole county in the future. If you are, it's fine if the road is already at a level of 70 or over, okay, then it's not an issue. In order, if the burden is on the township to get it up to 70, you can't actually construct a road or redo a road and bring it up to 70. When you redo a road, you bring it up to 100. And this was part of the presentation that our director of Director of Public Works from McNabb Braeside gave to the Operations Committee. And so if the criteria is for the lower tier to bring it up to 70, that's just not even a practical thing. So the way this has been worded is reflects a far more practical reality, is that when the road is redone, it will be at 100. And then there would be a negotiation on the cost sharing at that point. So I hope that my fellow councillors take that into consideration and do pass this resolution. Thank you.
Councillor from Abbotsford Bromley, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Warden. I do not at all begrudge. This has met the threshold. All of the points that are required for this to be a county road has been achieved. It does meet that target. Respectfully to my colleague from McNabb Braeside, the traffic count is there. Anything after that is conjecture. It seems reasonable to assume that some of these are from Quebec. It seems reasonable to assume that there are Horton residents, that there are perhaps even Whitewater residents utilizing Campbell Drive to access the eastbound 417. But I don't believe there is any of that qualitative data. We certainly have quantitative data about what the traffic counts are, and the traffic count is sufficient for this to be a county road. Anything outside of that is conjecture, unless in fact there has been a scoring done on how many Quebec license plates have been seen. Perhaps that has been done, but it's mostly irrelevant that it meets the average annual traffic count already makes it established as meeting the threshold. With respect to the final comments I will say on this is, you will note also that there is a resolution. Well, in fact, we have passed. It was not severed. We have initiated the process for having a master transportation study done. That master transportation study may suggest that roads return to the lower tiers. And I'm wondering if everyone in this room is comfortable with a reciprocal basis, because this road, Campbell Drive, is not 70, it's 50. At best, it's 50. It became an access point to 417 at the end of 2016. I'm pretty sure it didn't go from 70 to 50 in 3 years. It was in 2019 when it was estimated at being 50. That's why I'm saying I do not accept that the degradation in this from McNabb Brayside's own asset management plan, Watson and Associates have assessed that there is about a 2.4 point per year degradation. So it didn't drop to that. In this instance, it is in a significant state of disrepair, and immediately upon the assumption this is a substantial investment. So whether it is this municipality, unfortunately this is the one that we're talking about, which is Campbell Drive. My comments are not germane to Campbell Drive, though that is the one before us. It is germane to the county in its entirety, and I, for one, do not wish for, should the master transportation study assess that any of the county roads that traverse the township of Admaster and Brumley do not meet the threshold to be county roads, that I would accept them in any kind of inferior state. Likewise, we've already had the initial discussion on some structures that do not meet the current standard, and yet we're county just the same. And I will be leaning in hard on those, that they should remain as county structures. But should I be unsuccessful in that effort, they are going to be handed to me. When that draft was brought forward to just last fall, the suggestion was that they be rehabilitated and put in a new state before they are transferred down. I believe what is good for the goose is good for the gander, and I would expect that whatever policy the county does agree to is a reciprocal policy, both in terms of uploading and downloading. Thank you, Mr. Warden.
And thank you. And Councillor Boncher-Valley, please.
Thank you, Warden. And I was sort of thinking in the same terms as my colleague from Amherst Bromley. I feel almost like this resolution is putting the cart before the horse. I know that Bonnechere Valley on Monday set aside money to contribute to the County Master Transportation Plan, which we all agreed was very important throughout the county, again, not going municipality to municipality. And I'm wondering sort of the same thing. The road rationale is wonderful, but we don't have a transportation plan and we don't have a recommendation on what the cost sharing would be. And we have to remember that this is also going to affect our asset management plan down the road if we're uploading or downloading infrastructure. I just think that that's perhaps that this needs to be deferred and come back after that master transportation plan is ratified by this chamber. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments, questions? Councillor Whitewater, then Councillor North Algona-Wilberforce.
So just that transportation master plan, we're also a member that's signed up to it. But I think it's multiple years, right? It's minimum 2 years before that comes back to council. So I would take that into account when looking at the traffic that's currently being used on this road. And I must admit, I'm not completely appreciative of the cost-sharing mechanism. But my thought was that the township has, a lower tier has a responsibility to pay for it to be at a certain standard to be accepted by county. And if that standard is 70 or however it's set by, recommended by staff, as long as it's there, that there is some financial responsibility for that road to be maintained to a certain standard upon transfer. I'd even go so far as to, if they can't fund it in 1 year, we could finance them at the county level in order to facilitate that or consider that. So I'm throwing a couple things into the mix there, but that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor North Algona-Wilberforce, please. And it is confirmed the master plan is 2 years out.
Actually, the councillor from Whitewater covered the same concerns I had. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Councillor Boncher-Valley.
If I may, Mr. Warden, just as an aside, just remember that at every road that we make into a county road, there are ancillary costs such as county plows, salt, sand, brushing. So there are other costs associated with us taking over a road. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Laurentian Hills, please.
So when we assume a county road, as Councillor from Bonnechere Valley stated, there are many, many costs. So at what point, I've lost my train of thought here. There's just so many questions going on about, about assuming a county road. So this cost sharing, like I don't know how that would work. Like we could, as a county, say we need you to put in 80% to bring it up to, as you said, it has to be 100%. But 100% to me would be the whole road. You must be able to do sections to bring it to 70. Anyways, before this policy, or that we haven't voted on yet for the road rationalization study, was there not a certain level that the roads had to be at before uploading to the county?
I'm going to say no, because I happened to look over at Mr. Perkins and he shook his head. No, there wasn't. And part of our conversation at committee was the recognition of transferring roads up, and what's the threshold, and what kind of an agreement. So the idea was to terrible way of saying it, was to possibly use something like the reverse of the agreement that we had with the town of Renfrew 2 years ago when we did Burnstown Road, where there was a certain fixed amount, and that was it. And now the same kind of an arrangement we're trying to work out with Arnprior for the Eddy Street intersection, where there's an agreement on the cost, there's a fixed amount, and that was in general the conversations about a recommendation on cost sharing, because there was the commitment in the meeting from McNabb Bray's side that yes, they would be contributing to it. We don't know what that number is yet until there's a detailed analysis of the road itself. So you're right. We don't. In the past, there wasn't a standard. It seemed to be a bit by bit negotiation if something happened, and we don't know what the final number would be. Should we assume it tomorrow morning? Thank you. And
thank you, Mr. Warden. So I just would point out that the standard that the county strives towards is a PCI of 70. So that is the standard that the County of Renfrew strives to maintain our roads at. Further to that the OGRA policy that the county follows refers to the condition of a road and the consideration of the condition of a road before it is transferred to the upper tier. So one can move from there that if the county standard is 70, that we would consider that would be the level that we would transfer a road at. So just trying to be clearer on that.
Thank you. Mr. Perkins was up, and then I see Mr. Bromley again.
Yeah, thank you, Warden. And just for clarification for the member from Laurentian Hills, road surface is considered, but the only consideration is hard surface. So essentially, you can't upload a gravel road, but if it is paved, or even in this case here, hard surface could be chip seal. So, but it is a consideration.
And Mr. Bromley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do apologize. I do not wish to monopolize the conversation, but a couple of things came up there that I wanted to, I think, provide some clarity. So when the warden was making reference to Renfrew and Arnprior, it is apples and oranges. The cost sharing there was not with respect to those parts of the county road that are absolutely the county responsibility. The county paid for all of those. The share that the town of Renfrew and that the town of Arnprior contributed was the sidewalking and the medians and drainage works outside of what is standard, which makes this an entirely separate discussion. This is a rural profile from Highway 417 to Usborne Street. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Perkins, but I believe would absolutely continue to be a rural profile, i.e. that it would be open ditching as drainage, that there would be no curbing, that there would be no sidewalks. So what I struggle with here is what is the cost share in terms of this. And what I will add to that also is that and I'm not sure if that's in the most recent. There have been two distinct changes to the asset management requirement. Now we are working with a score, 70 PCI. Everybody is working with a PCI or a BCI, if it's your bridges, et cetera. So prior to that, there was 4 elements. It was good, fair, poor, and I'm not sure what the worst one was, F. So there was certainly an expectation, so 70 does equate to fair. Once you break through that, now you're beginning to get into, good. Then you're getting into fair. But once you get down to 50, and particularly once you get below 50, now you're just barely fair and you're threatening poor. So there was that kind of 4 gradations. Now there is a number. 70 is the current. 70 is what is proposed in our policy. There was discussions of whether we wanted to continue that for budgetary concerns, but right now we have introduced a number. But I'll repeat what I had said earlier. If not by a prescriptive process as it pertains to linear assets, roads, there certainly by precedent has been an expectation that it be at least in that fair category, and probably I would suggest at the upper end of fair, else it would require rehabilitation. You might recall Warden having represented that community at one time. In the last term of council, the mayor of Greater Madawaska had sought as well to have a road uploaded, and that was going to be a requirement that it be brought up to a state of repair. So by precedent, that has been the expectation if there was not an actual policy that was driving it.
Thank you, and I should apologize to council. I wasn't attempting to mislead in my Herb the House Painter language. What I was suggesting was there would be an agreement with a set amount, and the contributions would be assigned and agreed upon. So that's what I was trying to suggest with the framework. So my apologies for not being clear. So with that, Councillor?
A recorded vote, Mr. Warden?
We'll have a recorded vote then. So Mr. Kelly, when you... So it'll be a recorded vote on item number 4. I'm sorry, Councillor from Whitewater?
Thank you, Warden. I just wanted to clarify. The resolution simply states that we're essentially accepting the road transfer in principle from a lower tier to the upper tier, and that the committee is going to come back to council with a recommendation on cost sharing. So we are only acknowledging the transfer in principle with cost sharing to follow.
Yes.
Thank you.
And Councillor from McNabb-Braeside, please.
Yeah, so that's not the way I read it, Mr. Warden. So what it says is that County Council consider the assumption of Campbell Drive from Usborne Street to Highway 417 in effect at the time of the request. So this is not a request to upload Campbell Drive to the county at this time. So I just want to make that clear. We're not voting on whether or not we're uploading this. All we're voting on is when the request is made that it be considered with the OGRA standard that was in place at the time of the original request. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Is that clear?
Yes, and I see Councillor Wilmshire Valley and Councillor Laurentian Hills.
I'm sorry, now I'm a bit confused because I thought the original request was made May 3rd, 2022. The request has already been made.
Mr. Perkins, can you remind us when the original request was made?
Yeah, it was May of 2022 was the original request. That's actually in the package there, sorry.
Okay, thank you. And Laurentian Hills and then Abbotsford Bromley.
I'm once again confused. So the councillor from Deep River, did you not say that the OGRA standard was comparable to what we will be voting on, the 70% in our new road rationalization policy?
No, what I said was the OGRA policy references that the condition of the road is a criteria for transferring the road. It doesn't say what the condition is or should be. And then I further went on to say that the county standard is a hard surface of a PCI of 70.
Supplemental.
Supplementary?
So I don't know what the difference is between an acceptable standard and a 70 PCI or whatever the terminology is. So I find it very hard for me to vote on something if I don't know what the difference is.
Mr. Perkins.
I guess the easiest way to explain it is a PCI, pavement condition index, of 70. In layman's terms, you would drive in your car, there's no potholes, the road is in reasonable condition, the lines are painted, there's no problems. Once the road starts deteriorating, say below 50, that's when you start seeing potholes, the edge of the road is broke off, the paint is missing, that sort of thing. So in terms of rideability, it becomes less comfortable in your car. Does that help?
Not really.
No.
Okay, so if we were deciding this on May the 3rd, 2022, what would the criteria have been?
Oh, so that we were using at that time, the county's process was using the Ontario Good Roads Association's guidelines for road rationalization, which was developed in 1998. So what had occurred was there, in that review, the four main criteria for it to become a county road, excuse me, I'm going back, is are basically the last three, which is traffic speed, road surface, traffic volume, and the right-of-way of the road. So in terms of Camel Drive, they have the road width, plus they have the right-of-way, which is the 29 meters that we're looking for. Traffic volume was over 1,000 cars a day, which actually we did a study was over 1,200, and McNabb Braeside also did a comparison study, and theirs was over 13. The road surface, for the criteria, the road surface, it does, again, it's just got to be pavement. It doesn't say what condition the road is in, OGRA, it's just got to be a paved road. And then the other one was traffic speed. So in this case here, once the road becomes a county road, we can actually put it back to 80 kilometers an hour.
Thank you. So I did mention earlier there were no standards. And so Councillor Adams to Bromley and then Councillor Horton, please.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I think that, and I stand to be corrected, the intent, and I'll acknowledge once again that no council shall bind the hands of any other council, but certainly the intent in October this past year was recognizing that there was some level of uncertainty, as I have said multiple times. Precedent had dictated an expectation of a road in a good state of repair. There was not numbers, and that was what the initiative was. Let's have a prescriptive policy that provides clarity on what that means, on what the OGRA means when it talks about conditions that must be met. Ultimately, the question that's before us today, I believe, and I stand to be corrected, is this road, Campbell Drive, meets the threshold. Absolutely, it does meet the threshold. And the question before us is, should it be subject to the policy that we are about to entertain once we hold the vote on this question? We are then going to consider a prescriptive policy moving forward. The question on this one is, should this road assumption be subject to the policy that is before us, or should it be subject to whatever the regime was prior to that policy being put into place? From my perspective, it is a hair's width, ultimately, that is the difference between what is now prescribed and what the expectation was that may not have assigned a specific number in the prior policy. So that is the question before us. Shall this road assumption be subject to the very prescriptive or the uncertainty but by precedent expectation?
Thank you. Member from Township of Horton, please.
Thank you, Warden. And through you, this particular item has now got to the point that I feel that it should be deferred and go back to committee and come up with figures that we can actually, figures and the history of the road and everything brought back that we can all understand what it is. I think it's all over the map right now, and it's not possible to make a good decision on it, and it does need to be deferred. Thank you.
Can you just give me a second if you're making that a motion so I can have a conversation?
Point of order, Mr. Chair, I do not believe that it's in order. There is a motion before the table. I had requested a recorded vote. That is in front of us, certainly with respect to the councillor from Horton's position. I'm assuming this was being discussed since May of last year. If we're at a point where there continues to be outstanding issues that we're unaware of, it seems that there's been ample time for them to have come forward. But there is a motion on the floor before us that I think it's out of order to now seek a motion to defer.
That was my assumption. That's why I wanted to take a second, but we've had the conversation to confirm it. So we've called the question, and we'll have to proceed with the vote. Councillor from Greater Madawaska.
Could we just read the resolution through for us at exact wording we're voting on? Because I'm reading what I'm reading here, and then I've heard a few different comments.
Okay, so I can read it out.
There hasn't been any changes to it? It's
No.
as we see it. Okay, thank you.
But I can read it out just to be sure. So moved by the chair, yes, the small correction. Seconded by committee, the county council considered the assumption of Campbell Drive from Osborne Street to, and we noted earlier, Highway 417, under the road rationalization policy in effect at the time of the request. And further, that staff bring back a report to council with a recommendation on cost sharing. So you've heard the motion. Mr. Kelly, please.
Thank you, Warden. I'll start with the chair of the committee that brought the resolution forward. Councillor Doncaster?
Opposed?
And just for the record, can you just use your microphone to say again?
I thought I did. Opposed?
Okay, sorry, it's good. It's all right. Thank you. And then alphabetically, Councillor Bennett?
In favor?
Councillor Brose?
Opposed?
Councillor, hold on a second. Councillor Donahue?
Opposed?
Warden Emo?
In favor.
Councillor Giardini?
Opposed?
Councillor Grills is not here, sorry. Councillor Yan?
In favor?
Councillor Lynch?
Opposed?
Councillor McKenzie?
In favor?
Councillor Mayville?
Opposed?
Councillor Murphy?
Opposed?
Councillor Nicholson?
In favor.
Councillor Services absent. Councillor Watt?
In favor?
Councillor Weir?
In favor?
And Councillor Wilmer?
In favor?
The recorded vote passes 114 to 172.
I'm sorry?
I have the motion passing with one recorded vote of 114 to 72.
Okay.
The weighted vote.
Sorry, I thought you said 172. I was
sorry.
doing the math, and I thought.
It's the lunch. It's 114 to 72.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, with that, we'll move to item number 6, please. Councillor from Amherst Bromley.
Once again, Mr. Warden, thank you. As the councillor seeking for this to be severed, as I'd indicated in my query prior to severing, I noted that the draft that was presented to the Operations Committee did in fact state that the pavement must meet or exceed the current county of Renfrew's council. At the committee, it was revised, it was amended by resolution to be forwarded to council to replace the word must with should. I am making a motion that in fact in the policy that it be restored to the initial draft that pavement must meet or exceed the current county of Renfrew's council adopted road system average, etc.
And is there a seconder for that, please? The chair and councillor from Deep River. Oh, I'm sorry.
I said two people that presented.
Yeah.
Yep, same person.
Okay, and so you wish to comment?
I would just point out that in the draft that we have, that bullet number 8 is incorrect also. It should have said road structure must also. That was what committee was recommending. So just
Okay, and
you didn't mention that.
So with that, so I guess we'll deal with the first one and then deal with the second one. Councillor?
Yeah, just to provide the clarity and to try and make it as simple as possible. The initial draft that staff presented to the Operations Committee, both of those paragraphs included the word must. It was included with respect to the PCI of 70 and with respect to the standard specification of PW01. Both of those were must, regardless of what you are seeing in your package today. At committee, the PCI was amended such that it reads should instead of must, but there was no change actually made to the requirement to meet policy PW01. So this is in fact simply to restore both of those bullet points to include the word must and neither of them to include the word should.
Okay, and so the seconder agrees with, okay, thank you. Councillor Whitewater, I saw your hand.
Yeah, I just a question, and I appreciate the must component, so there's not a question with respect to that, but it's how do you get to the must? And I just want to clarify that, you know, a lower tier municipality may not be able to procure or make arrangements for the level of work required to get it to that physical standard. Is the option still remain there within that policy for us to just buy into that standard and for it to be executed by the upper tier?
I believe that's true. In the policy, it states that either the county could do the work at the cost of the lower tier municipality, or the lower tier municipality would do it.
Yes, Mr. Perkins, please.
Yes, thank you, Warden. No, that's exactly correct. The new road rationalization policy does, the county can actually go ahead and do the work on the approval of the municipality once the road is uploaded, but the municipality would be billed for it. Or the municipality can build the road and then upload it no, that's it.
Thank you. Supplementary, and then Mr. Bromley.
So so those two paragraphs really articulate the cost sharing measures that'll be used to determine that upload or in effect download at some point.
Thank you. Mr. Bromley, please.
So as to hopefully provide clarity, a lot of the previous conversation was taken up with this, so I certainly stand to be corrected. But in my estimation, the policy that we are considering, particularly after the amendment that I am moving, is leaving no room for cost sharing. It may be uploaded, at which point the county will undertake the work, but that will be at the cost of the lower tier municipality. Or the lower tier municipality can undertake the project upon their own initiative, at which point it would be uploaded. There will not be a continuation of cost share under the new policy. The expectation is, once again, drawing on the earlier discussion, is that if a municipality is considering uploading a road or having the county of Renfrew assume a road, make sure you have it at least 71 before when you're making your application. Else, as the councillor from McNabb Brayside has said, thou shalt invest considerable amounts of money to put it back into a state that is 100.
Councillor from Whitewater, please.
Sorry, and I don't know if there's others, but the numbers are, the scenario in my mind, this completely written off road, we all agree it should be uploaded. It's going to cost $1 million to upload it. If the lower tiers are responsible to put it at 70, they would pay 70% of that upload.
No.
They would pay 100% of that upload?
Yes.
But why? The county gets to benefit from 30% of that upload in its asset management plan.
No.
It does. It's gaining time on it.
I'll take a stab.
Thank you. Councillor from Bossier Valley.
Okay, I'm going to take a stab at this. PCI is Pavement Condition Index. So out of a score of 100, the county is saying that our roads have to be at 70 or better. So the idea is that if you were going to, again, what Councillor McKenzie said is absolutely correct. You're not going to rehab a road to 70. You're going to rehab a road to 100. And yes, you are correct. For a while, there is a benefit to the county. But you have to remember also, again, there's an inherent cost in our asset management plan because eventually that road is going to have to be rehabbed again. It's going to have to be plowed, salted, sanded, brushed back, all the best practices. So no, the 70 has nothing to do with the money. It is only the condition of the road. Did I make it worse?
No, thanks.
Okay.
So what I might also add is there is no obligation for an upper tier to have a conversation before they download anything. The province can download roads to us. The county as a corporation could download any structure or road to a local municipality without benefit of conversation or consultation. There's just no, there's nothing in the statutes that suggests otherwise. I stand to be corrected, but I'm pretty sure it's been that way since 1867. Thank you. Anyway, so with that, if there's any further conversation or questions? Councillor Mr. Brownlee?
Just finally from my perspective, Mr. Warden, and I know that my colleague from Arn prior at the Operations Committee meeting articulated this very thing. A policy that says should is a pretty weak policy. It provides no certainty, and I'm not sure what the decision point would be if it remains to be should. That is opening up a conversation that is probably going to be enormously challenging down the road. What this is doing is it's providing clarity, and I think that if, in fact, the county, and I agree that we should have a prescribed process and policy, and I believe it undermines that process if, in fact, we water down the language.
Thank you. With that, seeing no further comments, I'd like to call the vote. All those in favor of the amendment? Opposed? None. It's carried. And so with that, all those in favor of the motion with the amended policy? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you, Council. So I apologize. I'm going to have to leave the chair. I have a doctor's appointment I can't get out of. I've been trying to get out of it for a couple hours. And it's just not going to work. And so with that, I would ask for a motion to appoint the councillor from Bone Shire Valley to fill the chair for the remainder of the meeting. So councillor from from Greater Madawaska, seconder, please. Councillor from Madawaska Valley. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you.
So if everybody just wants to take 5, do you have a...
I'm sorry? Okay. So as the councillor is making her way up and I'm making my way out, I'd like to just very quickly under announcements, I think that's, what is the word? New business. Very quickly, I'd like to offer my congratulations to Chief Wendy Jocko for the great contribution she's made to the Algonquins and Pikwakanagan First Nation, but also to our community as well. She's been a wonderful partner to work with and to lean on for advice and knowledge. And I think we all understand the uncertainty of elected life, and it's unfortunate, but I hope and I trust that she will continue to serve her community with the grace and dignity that she's displayed throughout her life. And I'd also like to offer my congratulations to Chief-elect Greg Sarrazin. Greg has been active in the community for a number of years and is somewhat known to us here at the county and in the community. And again, I look forward to working with him on behalf of our community to continue building on our excellent relationship and to work on future projects.
Go ahead.
Please be seated. And please be gentle. I haven't done this in 4 years. Seems like a lifetime ago. And with that, we will move to our Development and Property Committee, which begins on page 71, and I will turn this over to the chair, please.
Thank you, Warden. Beginning on page 71, to the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Development and Property Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Information item number 1 is the new website launches for Economic Development in Ottawa Valley Tourist Association, and the background is attached. Item number 2 is the Ottawa Valley Tourist Association Award nominations, and just again to highlight that there are 3 new awards, and that is for Tourism Marketing, Sustainability Champion, and New Tourism Product. Item number 3 is the Starter Company Plus, which opens for 2023, and the opportunity is to pitch your plan and receive up to $4,000 grant. Item number 4 is the Forest Harvest Update. Item 5 is the planning activity, and of course, as note, the Planning Division is working on filling 2 vacant positions, so some of the anticipated timelines may increase. Resolutions. A letter of support for Southeastern Ontario Production Accelerator Fund. Resolution number DPCC-23-03-34, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee. County Council send a letter under the Warden's signature expressing the County of Renfrew's support for the creation of the Southeastern Ontario Production Accelerator Fund, a separate film stream fund under the Ministry of Economic Development, Job Creation, and Trade Eastern Ontario Development Fund. This is a great initiative as we have seen a big increase in the number of independent film production companies working in the Renfrew County. Moving to bylaws, item number 7 is the consent delegation bylaw resolution number DP-CC-23-03-35, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee. County Council adopt a bylaw to delegate to the Land Division Committee and to appointed officers part of the authority with respect to the granting of consents, and further that bylaw 25-20 be repealed. And the background information is attached. All of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members Bennett, Eamon, Lynch, McKenzie, Service, Watt, and Weir. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you, Chair. At that, we will move back to information item number 1, the new website launches for ECDEV and OVTA. Seeing none. Number 2, the councillor from Laurentian Hills, please.
So did you also reference item 2?
I'm getting there.
Okay, sorry.
Again, sorry, Ann, I'm rusty. Number 2, the OVTA award nominations. The councillor from Laurentian Hills, please.
Do you have to be a member of the OVTA to be a nominee or a nominator for the awards?
Chair? I'm not sure. I'll
Mr.
turn
Davis?
towards the director.
Thank you, Warden, and through you. I do believe you have to be a member, but I will provide clarity with my manager, Melissa Morcourt, and for clarity on that one, but I do believe so, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The member from Greater Madawaska, please.
Yes, and I believe currently memberships for that is free right now still. So anybody can join right now, and then, okay. So
Thank you for that clarity.
If I'll clarify once and for all. It is recognizing a current OVTA member.
But one of your questions, I believe, member from Laurentian Hills, was do you have to be a member to nominate? Was that correct? Yeah, no, I think that anybody can nominate. Okay, thank you. Anything further on 2? Then I will move on to number 3, Starter Company Plus for 2023. Number 4, the Forest Harvest Update. You're okay? All right. Number 5, the Planning Activity. Under Resolutions, number 6, the Letter of Support for Southeastern Ontario Production Accelerator Fund. And number 7, the Consent Delegation Bylaw. Member from Abbotston Bromley, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Through you, certainly will defer to the chair, probably to the director. I'm just kind of curious here. I understand the impetus behind this. We are certainly in an enormous housing deficit right now, and we do need to get housing built. My question is pertaining to the specifics. So this will essentially terminate the ability of a member of the public appealing a decision. So I'm kind of curious, in those land division hearings wherein they were driven by a public opponent or opposition to the proposed land division issue, what was the success or failure rate, i.e., were they typically upheld, or were they typically denied, ultimately, the opposition?
Mr. Davis, please.
Through you, Warden. To be clear and concise, that the number I don't have in front of me, but the typical answer would be, if it wasn't a planning related concern, they would have been denied, the person appealing this. And that's why you see through Bill 23, the province really wanted to speed some of these decisions up. And while people are making these complaints or opposing a consent application, had nothing to do with a planning issue. Just they're opposing because they're opposing. And that's why we want to try to clarify this.
Supplementary member from AB.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you to Mr. Davis, just to confirm then, or for further clarity, so ultimately, outside of a statutory or regulatory issue that may have been missed, omitted in the process, that someone simply did not wish to have something occur next to their property, would never have had standing. So ultimately, next to none, unless they had some sort of statutory or regulatory basis.
Through you, Warden, yes.
Anything further on the consent delegation? Seeing none, the report as a whole. Can I get a mover, please?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And we will now move on. Members of County Council, we, your Finance and Administration, I'm sorry, this report begins on page 78. We, your Finance and Administration.
Excuse me, Chair, but we have to vote on that.
Oh, my apologies. All in favor. I told you I was rusty. You got to throw things at me, I guess. Thank you. I don't know. We, your Finance. For those that aren't here, they're going to throw their hand sanitizer at me. It's sort of the COVID concert thing to throw. We, your Finance and Administration Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Under information item number 1, the County of Renfrew Engagement Survey, the employee feedback, which we will hopefully see fairly soon, but we all agreed at Finance and Admin this was an excellent thing to do. Number 2 is the 2023 final budget, and the background is there, but of course everybody participated in the budget workshop. Under number 3 is County Council remuneration. Number 4 is the 2023 tax policy. They did, Mr. Foss and our treasurers did have a virtual tax policy working group meeting on March 14th. So all of our treasurers were invited. We will have all the recommendations in April. Number 5 is policy GA-06, which is our investment policy, and there is background there. Under resolutions, Provincial Offences Administration, resolution number FACC 23-03-28, sorry, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that the County Council direct the Warden to send a letter to the Honourable Michael Kersner, Solicitor General, seeking clarification on the substantive decreases in the number of fines being dispensed in the County of Renfrew over the last 3 years. Number 7 is Employment Bylaw Number 1, Resolution Number FACC 23-03-29, moved by Chair, seconded by committee, that County Council approve the changes to Employment Bylaw Number 1, effective January 1st, 2023, to Article 4, Rates of Pay, a 2% wage increase for all non-union staff except students, as outlined in Schedule A, and further that the revised Employment Bylaw Number 1 be adopted. Number 8 is council remuneration, resolution number FACC 23-03-24, moved by the chair, seconded by committee, that county council adopt the revised bylaw for the remuneration of members of the council of the County of Renfrew effective January 1st, 2023, and further that bylaw 12-22 be repealed, and the background is there. And finally, number 9, corporate policies and procedures, human resources, resolution number FACC 23-03-30, moved by the chair, seconded by committee, that County Council approve the revised corporate policy C02, pension plans, and G07, employee and family assistance program, and further that a bylaw to amend bylaw 63-03, being a bylaw to establish human resources, corporate policies, and procedures for the County of Renfrew be adopted, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members Brose, Doncaster, Donahue, Emo, Giardini, Yon, and Mayville. I guess I thank myself, and now I go back. Under information item number 1, the employee feedback survey. Number 2, the final budget. Number 3, council remuneration. Number 4, the tax policy. The member from Deep River, please.
Acknowledging that the treasurer isn't here, and that all lower tier he is here, okay. And that all lower tier municipalities were invited to the tax policy working group meeting. I'm wondering if we could find out how many municipalities actually participated.
Mr. Foss, are you in a position to answer that? There you are.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We have, on an annual basis, excellent turnout for this particular meeting. I can't say that all 17 local treasurers did attend, but we do take minutes of the meeting, and those minutes will be forwarded to Finance and Administration Committee and then on to County Council in the month of April. So we'll have a roll call, if you will, in April of all those that did attend. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Foss. Anything further on number 4? Number 5, the investment policy. Under resolutions, number 6, the POA administration. Number 7, the employment bylaw number 1. Number 8, the council remuneration bylaw. Number 9, our human resources, corporate policies and procedures. The report as a whole. Can I get a mover? So moved, Madam Warden. All in favor? What? What's that? Oh, that's a good idea. Councillor Yon, that was a very good idea from our CAO. As the Vice Chair of F&A, maybe I'll get you to move it, please.
I so move it.
Thank you. All in favor? Perfect, thanks. Now I will turn this over to our Health Committee Chair, the member from Edmundston Bromley.
Thank you so much, Madam Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Health Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Item 1, moving directly into resolutions. There are no information items, Madam Chair. Quality improvement plans, resolution number H-CC-23-03-25. Moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council authorize the Warden, Chief Administrative Officer Clerk, and the Director of Long-Term Care to sign the quality improvement plans for Bonnechere Manor and Miramichi Lodge and submit to Health Quality Ontario before the March 31st, 2023 deadline. And the background, Madam Chair, and the attachment is provided. Item 2 is the Paramedic Service Deployment Plan, Service Delivery Statement. I'm not sure, I'm seeking guidance from the CAO. I know that the Chief has a presentation. Do you wish for this to be presented first? I'll take direction, Madam Chair, from the CAO.
Chair, I would suggest as a question, you could put the motion on the table. It hasn't been moved, and then ask for the presentation to be heard.
Thank you. Item 2 then is the Paramedic Service Deployment Plan, Service Delivery Statement, Resolution number H-CC-23-03-29. Moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council approves the revisions to the County of Renfrew Paramedic Service Deployment Plan, Service Delivery Statement, and that the changes be incorporated into the service deployment. And before actually then, Madam Chair, I turn this back over to you. By your leave, I would invite the Chief of the Paramedic Service to present the deployment plan and service delivery statement, or at least, sorry, not those documents themselves. They were provided to Council, but he has a presentation to make illustrating same.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, please, Chief, if you could lead us through your presentation.
I'm a better door than a window here for you, so give me one second. All right, are you able to see okay? Great, thank you. So through you, Madam Chair, Warden, Mr. Chair, not sure who to address these days, boss, however you wish, and members of council. So I'm going to provide you a brief overview. For those of you that have been here for a number of years, there'll be a little bit of a Throwback Wednesday component to this slide deck for you. But when I look at, why this isn't working, really the deployment plan forms the contract or the relationship between the County of Renfrew and its paramedic service and the Ministry of Health and its dispatch center. So we don't operate the dispatch center, that's in Renfrew, but operated by the province of Ontario. So we provide the assets and a deployment plan, and then the day-to-day functions of the paramedic service and its assets, number one being its staff, are then directed by the dispatch center based on a number of provincial policies and provincial rules. So it's just an important relationship to understand between the two. Here's a bit of the throwback component. Councillor Doncaster, you'll remember the circles. So essentially the conceptual model is that at the center of each of these circles lays one of our base stations. And from the middle of the circle at the base station and to any point in its radius, as a fairly rudimentary method of being able to describe how we look at our ability to cover roughly a 15-minute response time within the county, you can see that a number of municipalities and significant parts of our county are not covered even within 15 minutes from each of our base stations. Now, remembering that we are a deployment model that is quite dynamic, given that we do about 18,000 calls per year. So these rings are always moving if they were following the paramedics and the ambulances. But when we look at that, and if our goal is to be able to cover off all of the county within even at 15 minutes, you can see there are significant tracts of the county that are not covered off. But when you take the center line data, meaning the speed limit plus a certain percentage based upon the way we can drive with lights and sirens and so on, you can see rough spread, if you will, based upon where we have roads versus bridges and rivers, and our ability to be able to cover off different parts of the county. So thanks to Jason, actually not even his team, it was Jason in the day, back when he was a worker. And a little fun for you there, Jason. And when we look at this, slide, you can see that in the blue areas, those represent what would have been rings, where we have base stations. And in the shaded out areas, Cobden, Killaloe, and Calabogie zones, those would be our priority standby locations. So let's imagine a time when we actually had 10 ambulances on days. We staff today 10 ambulances on days, and if we did that, each of our 7 base stations would have a paramedic unit, 2 paramedics available to respond in the community. And then if we had the 8th, 9th, and 10th unit available, then those would be priority placed to those 3 grayed out areas. Again, we're trying to move those discs and get as much of the population within a reasonable response area as possible. But when you're doing 18,000 calls a year, it's very difficult to be able to maintain even the 7, let alone the 3. And more often than not, we've been actually been at the 3 level more than we've been at the 7 level over the past few years. And that's part of what we discussed during the budget process about the demand for call service. But I think it's important geographically. If we have 2 paramedic units that are staffed at a single base, we don't ask those 2 paramedic units to stay in that base for the day. We move one out into the in-between areas, if you will, so that we can get a broader spread, better coverage to be able to respond into the community. I'll come back to that slide again in a minute. But when we look at our historic experience, so this is pre-pandemic, and I've shown this to, I believe, Health Committee, maybe parts of Council as part of the orientation. When we look at this, you can see the amount of green, light, and dark, and those are good response times by individual calls per square kilometer over a 5-year period prior to the pandemic. So when we look at that experience, you can see where we've done well in the green and in the light green, and then descending in terms of our response time out past 12, 15, 20, even 30 minutes into the reds. Okay, so these are based upon historic realities, and we've taken the averages of those times by square kilometer, and it gives you a pretty good sense of where we've got good response times and where we have poor response times. Not surprisingly, closer to the base stations we do well, further away from the base stations we don't do as well, and then we can look at how we've done since the pandemic, and this is how it's changed. You can see far more diffuse red or poor response zones throughout the county, right? And as I've talked to you before, that means that we've got an increase in call volume that's been significant. We have, for a number of reasons that we can talk about, but we also are pressured overall simply to be able to maintain coverage at anywhere between the 3 and 7, let alone 10 ambulances on days. That's why we talked about additional resources as part of the budget process, and Council has committed that. So this is about helping you understand what we're going to do with that and how we're going to better serve the community. So pre-pandemic, we did reasonably well, and you can see this reflected in both call volume and response time, and I'll share that data with you post-pandemic. So you can see the more red, the more challenged we are, and we have some very predictable areas where we're challenged on both. So if you look at parts of Whitewater region, for example, where we have call volume and we have long response times, that significantly affects both our 90th percentile as a response time and our average, but more importantly, it affects the patient's experience and their outcomes as it relates to their health conditions. Right? Response times are one thing. The experience you have and how the paramedics can intervene early and make a difference in your outcome is really what we're all about. So again, coming back, so it's pre-pandemic. I don't mean to walk you through this logic sequence too abruptly, but when you look at that and then you look at the red, you can see that we've had a significant shift post-pandemic, intra-pandemic and post-pandemic, in our ability to serve the community with the number of resources we have. Again, we go back to if we had 7 ambulances all at base, which is our night number currently, we are significantly challenged, especially up until about midnight. In the morning, in the overnight hours, the twilight hours, our call volume drops off precipitously, and I'll show you that. But during the day, our struggle is to keep enough paramedics spread out enough in the county to be able to respond to that next emergency call. So you may recall we talked about unit hour utilization and so on. But this is what our demand curve looks like. So in the bottom left-hand corner is midnight, and you can see in the overnight hours, and this is by base, between 6 and 7 o'clock in the morning, you get our first significant spike in calls when people wake up. And from there, you can see it lasts until at least 10 o'clock, 8 to 10 o'clock at night on the right-hand side. So we have a significant bulk of calls that are happening between very specific hours. Now, if you're looking at, where's my community, for example, the red, the blue, and the gold. So the red is Pembroke base, the blue is Renfrew base, and the gold is the Eganville base. That's not to say that all these calls are happening in those communities, but that's where our paramedics are starting from and being deployed from. And I think that's an important differentiator. And then the balance of the rest of the calls are happening at the bases that we currently have 1 paramedic unit staffed, right? So our Armpriors, for example, our Deep River, our Petawawa, and Barry's Bay. So when we look at that, we can see the differential, but what I really want you to understand is when calls happen, right? It's not always busy all day, all night. There's certainly some nights that are extremely busy, and they are busy because we have less units available to service that demand. But we really see that pressure from mid-afternoon to late evening, and that's been a bit of a shift over the last couple of years. So what are we doing about it? We've changed a couple of things in our most recent deployment plan. We've optimized and identified an optimal time for non-emergency transfers, and we only allow so many resources out of the county at one time. So we say that no more than 1 unit may be out of the county at any one time for low priority patients. So we're asking the hospitals effectively to take turns in moving their patients to the Heart Institute, for example, because we'll allow 1 to go down and it's almost like a relay. When the next one comes back, the next one goes down. And you can only do so much of that in the day. But for every one of those paramedic units we send out of the county, we lose them for hours. And when we lose them for hours, they're not available to be a part of that 10, that 7, or even that 3 that I described to you earlier. And as well, we have a rule that says that no more than 2 non-emergency calls can occur at one time. So we can do 1 transfer in the county and 1 transfer out of the county at the same time, and try and balance that out throughout the shift as much as possible. Our hospital partners have been exceptionally good to work with in terms of trying to balance this out, but the demand is by far outstripping the capacity that we have within the system. So we are looking at solutions for that. The other pressure that we have, and you can see it on the chart on the right, if you're not standing over here, and that is that the end of shift overtime issues have been significant. When we look at what that means, if paramedics go down to Ottawa with a patient late in the day and they're supposed to be off at 7 o'clock, it's not uncommon for them not to get off until 8, 9, 10, 11, and even 12 o'clock. And that's a significant burden on them, their families, their lifestyle, and their choices. But it also has an impact on us because we give them a certain number of hours off before their next shift. So it may mean that we downstaff a base the next morning if that paramedic's coming back to work and needs a certain number of hours off before they're allowed to be back in the workplace. So there is a knock-on effect, if you will. But from a costing perspective, we've been able to manage our overtime hours a little bit better as the rules related to the pandemic have shifted. But our end of shift overtime, knowing that the pressures are higher and higher all the time around demand. So we are working with staff and with dispatch, hospital partners to try and get our crews off on time whenever possible. And so there are small modifications that we've been able to make that we hope have a big impact, like being able to release a crew from standby earlier to get them back to base so that they can finish up their shift and get off on time. So an example of that might be if Renfrew is out on a call and we've asked Armprior to go to Glasgow Station, and sit at the midway point until we can resume coverage in Renfrew. We used to hold them right to the end of shift, release them, incur overtime, and then the staff would reliably be off on overtime. So now we're releasing them earlier and earlier, but there is a risk to that in that they're not sitting in the middle should a call come in Renfrew. They're back in Arnprior earlier, and we have less coverage where we wanted them to be, or vice versa. So there are some trade-offs associated with that. As well, we have put a shift in the language related to how long we're holding calls in dispatch. So if we are at a lower level of availability for emergency response in the county, and we get a 911 call, and that 911 call is in the community, we may hold in community lower priority 911 calls for up to 60 minutes, knowingly. Okay, this is critically important. When we get down to levels 1, 2, 3, 4, and we only have, for example, one paramedic unit for the entire county, we typically ask it to head towards Cobden so that it has a higher reliability, but really the reliability is it's not serving anyone well. Right? There's very little predictability to it, knowing that they're now covering, in our coverage area, over 10,000 square kilometers with one paramedic unit. So yeah, we are holding lower priority emergency calls for up to 1 hour in the community. And on top of that, we're also saying to our partner neighbors that we're not going to do a low priority 911 call in their municipality unless it's sat in the queue for over 180 minutes. So we're not going to go into Ottawa for a low priority 911 call, even if we're closest, for 3 hours, unless it's sat in their queue and they haven't serviced it within 3 hours. We've worked with all our neighboring municipalities. They have the same rule with us. So that's a back and forth agreement so that they can manage their highest priorities, repatriate their units, get them to service their lower priority populations. And as far as interfacility transfers, we'll hold them for up to 360 minutes. So we will say to the hospital, yeah, we will move that patient for you, but it may happen in any time up to 360 minutes. So those are important shifts in terms of our ability to be able to serve, but it's about rationalization, triaging, prioritization of the assets that we have. And then lastly, we do also hold our units, and you may see this in social media. If we have a significant snowstorm, we have a tornado warning, we have other things going on in the county that are going to be reliably difficult in terms of whether it be transportation, response, accessing patients, we will also hold our units indefinitely until the roads are safer. And we occasionally get into conversations with hospitals, for example, who say it's really important because the hospital in Ottawa is holding a bed. They need to go now. We say we will not be risking our staff or that patient to go down the highway in the middle of a freezing rainstorm. That's going to have to wait. So those are tough calls that we make on a day-to-day basis, and no different than when we have a tornado warning in the summer. We basically pause, we hold our units in the county, and we do not release them to other municipalities until the threat is over. And I think that those are important concepts that we've been doing for a number of years, but it does allow us to stabilize and create better predictability in our response coverage here. So what are some of the drivers? One of the biggest drivers of paramedic service utilization is age. So I'm sure it's no surprise to you that we have an older population, and that older population is exponentially more likely to use paramedic service. The older you get, the more likely you are to need us. And that also changes in terms of why you may need us, and we're acutely aware of that. But as the bulk of the population starts to move into its senior years, we fully anticipate and have for years that that's going to be a significant pressure and driver of services within the county, but also that's likely true for much of rural Ontario. There are certainly different drivers in urban centers related to migration and so on that change the average age down slightly, but we know that advanced age is a high driver of our service. So what does that look like? We can see in terms of number of transportations, response time, and its relationship to number of responses. So with over 20,000 responses, 15,000 of those, the paramedics ended up transporting that patient somewhere. We've gone from a 90th percentile response time in 2017 of 17 minutes and 49 seconds to just shy of 22 minutes in 2022. So the demand is there, And it looks different depending on whether you're measuring it as an average or as a 90th percentile. And I'm assuming everyone knows the difference between the two, but that 9 times out of 10 call that happens, or if you do 10,000 call, it's that 9,000th call, let's say. The way we stack those calls and look at how we measure ourselves versus an average. So if our average response time in that same time period in 2017 was under 10 minutes, we're now at 11 and a half. So those are important concepts in terms of where the drivers and the pressures have come from. And then you can get a little bit more sophisticated in how you look at that and say, what does that look like from an annual percentage of pressure? So when we look at an average here of 2022 to 2028, we're looking at a 5.5% increase in call volume at the average, and overall, over that same 6-year period, a 37% increase in call volume. So what does that mean when we look at it from a regression analysis perspective? The high projection sits at 28,700. The median or the regression analysis is 25,700, and the low trend line is 22,100. Most of us across Eastern Ontario are looking at the blue line, saying even at that amount, what does it mean in terms of pressure to your service? So our current staffing and scheduling model in the county looks like this. And essentially, if you can imagine, on days, you always have 1 paramedic unit starting at every base. On nights, you always have 1 paramedic unit starting at every base. So there's a baseline of 7, day and night. But right now, we also have 3 vehicles starting in the daytime, staggered between 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock in the morning. So we have 1 extra one come on at 8 o'clock based on that demand curve, and then 2 extra come on at 9 o'clock. They're on a 12-hour shift. So what does that look like in terms of today's coverage? So again, time, midnight on the left-hand axis, working your way across to midnight again, on the right-hand axis. We can see in the daytime or nighttime hours in the gray on the far left, currently you have 7 units on from roughly midnight until 7 o'clock in the morning. We add an additional one in that yellow band to come on at 8 o'clock. We add 2 more, which holds us right up until 8 o'clock at night, and then the 8 o'clock car goes home, and then those 2 9 o'clock cars go home. So we're back down to 7 units currently at about 9 o'clock at night. Why is this important? Because when we talked about adding 24 hours of additional staffing, the preferred model is to do that based upon adding 2 12-hour units, which are going to provide coverage from midnight or from noon until midnight. And what that does in its makeup, you can see the green section in the middle. That brings us up to 12 during the peak hours and gives both daytime greater likelihood of getting off on time, gives us some coverage at end of shift for days, and gives us coverage for the bulk of the busy period for the night crews, which is earlier in their shift. So the period at which you're going down to 7 units is dramatically less. You can see it's equal on the left-hand side, but on the top, or the current status, you also have a 3-hour window in the evening when it's still really busy, that we're down to 7 units. With the business case that we have before you today, that allows us to be able to maintain 9 units until midnight. So we believe that this is going to make a significant difference in getting crews off on time, improving our response time, improving our patient outcomes, but also smoothing out the system based upon the demand. It's significantly busier in the evening than we've ever seen it in the past. So this will give us a better shift variability to be able to cover that off. Madam Acting Warden, back to you.
Thank you, Chief. I'll open it up to comments, questions, concerns. I think that last slide certainly gives us a definitive answer with our business case and what we decided during budget of how this could really enhance the paramedic service for times that we need it. So thank you for that. The member from Deep River, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Acknowledging the first 2 maps with the call volumes and the response times, and I know the Chief will have this data, but those response times and the change pre-pandemic to today, whenever they were put out. Two, there's been some changes in basis. That just came to mind, actually. But if the increased red response times are lower acuity calls, then how much difference is that actually making? So I get the response time part, but if it's a non-urgent, and sorry, I forget the levels, but if it's a non-urgent call, then the prioritization of that will show that data, that the response times are longer. But, so my question is, we're prioritizing calls based on the resources that we have. Are the urgent calls, are those response times reflective of those maps, or are response times for emergency calls, are they lower? Because that means we're doing things well.
So almost what you're suggesting is, since we're triaging the triage, are the calls that are above that 3 threshold, are the response times better? I think that if you have that data on you.
Sure, I think I can answer, if I could, Madam Acting Warden, to the councillor from Deep River. So the data that's shown here are the highest priority calls, not washed out by the lower priority calls that are being put out on hold. So we've been very focused on those higher priority calls, and so therefore there isn't an appreciable impact on the visual illustration of our historic response capacity. And the narrative that I provided in terms of the shifting that we're doing in terms of holding calls is a relatively new addition to the deployment plan. So even in that light, the impact from holding a hospital call, for example, a transfer, is not reflected in those maps currently, and it also won't be reflected in those maps unless we grab the lower priority calls as part of what we're holding up as our standard around response time.
The member from North Elgin and Wilberforce, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and excellent presentation. My question is, and maybe it's too early yet, but at some time in the future, it would be great to get a report on how the end-of-shift overtime has been able to be mitigated through your new scheduling.
Thank you, and we're watching that very carefully. You know, it's probably a good segue into, you know, the paramedics are tired. I think we're all tired, you know, post-pandemic, but when a lot of us changed our lifestyle, the paramedics had to continue to charge, and that really hasn't let off. So we're very sensitive to how they feel when they come to work. We're trying to better understand the levers available to us to affect their work day in a positive way. We have exceptional paramedics here in the county. I think end-of-shift overtime is a constant rub, and you can imagine, you know, for all the reasons that, you know, you want to put your kids to bed right on through to, you know, get to hockey or you quite literally can't schedule anything within hours of the end of your shift and reliably commit to it. So we see this as a significant move. There is a natural argument in there that I think is worth raising, and that is, you know, we believe that ethically for paramedics to drive by someone in distress, for example. So that imagine you're on your way back to Barry's Bay and you're supposed to be off at 7 and it's now 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. We've taken the position that the paramedics are not to turn their radio off and simply, you know, continue on home, regardless of what's going on around them. But what we have attempted to do is provide them transportation support or allow them to first respond and then continue on their way home. Doesn't always work, but that's been the spirit of it. The challenge that we have now is that it's such a common occurrence that they're getting tagged, as we would say, on a call after shift out of their area just when they're trying to get home. We're now trying to find new language to be able to create a protective bubble around them to get them through, but at the same time not have the moral or ethical conflict of, you know, driving around a car accident to go home. we believe our paramedics want to continue to support that, provided they feel supported in their efforts to get home. And I don't think that's unreasonable, so we're going to continue to work that through.
Thank you, Chief. Anything further? The member from Arm Prior, please.
Thank you, Warden. Mike, do we still have paramedics within the triage of different hospitals in the county now?
Through you, Madam. We do. We currently have paramedics that are on contract to the Arm Prior Hospital, as well as the Pembroke Hospital, working in the emergency department. We have paramedics primarily performing the functions of triage in Arm Prior, and as well supporting the care back in the department. And in Pembroke, they're predominantly in the department and less so in the triage role. And that's shown a significant benefit in terms of our ability to be able to move patients through the hospital and be able to be a liaison within the hospital in terms of appropriate utilization of our services. And from the hospital CEOs that I've spoken to, it's been a very successful program. The province announced this week an expansion to what they call the nurse offload funding model. We do have an application ready to go so that funding can be available to our hospital partners to expand the role of paramedics and nurses in those roles so as to not have offload delay, but also to be able to support kind of a cultural shift between the two organizations and move patients more easily from the community into the hospital and get our units back out available for the next emergency response.
Thank you, Chief. Anything further? Seeing none. Good job. Always thank you for your updates, but I do love that the circles made a comeback. Takes me right back to 2010. The report as a whole. Can I have a mover, please? Really rusty. Sorry. We'll go back to resolution item number 1, the QIP. And number 2, the paramedic service. The report as a whole. Can I have a mover, please?
So moved, Madam Chair. If I might add as well, just to the chief had made reference. So of course last week the VTAC took up almost all of the oxygen in the room, but I simply wanted to disclose that the province has also committed over a 2-year period $174 million towards the community paramedic long-term care at home. In addition, Chief has referenced, that's over 2 years, Chief has referenced there's also $51 million over 3 years towards offload nursing. And I think all of that is good news. And I think that as the Chief had broached that, it was worth putting on the table as well. And as you, I am always enamored of Chief Nolan's 7 circles of help. So moved, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All in favor? Thank you very much. All right. Moving right along here. I have a resolution that bylaws listed on item number 13 and attached here to as Schedule A on the County Council agenda dated March 29th, 2023 be deemed read 3 times and passed. Can I get a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Horton, seconded by the member from McNabb-Braeside. Anything on bylaws? All in favor? Thank you. Written reports from representatives. We didn't have a written report on AMO. EORN, they did my report for me. Thank you to the members of EORN that arrived. I hope that was very informative. FCM, the member from Deep River, did you have anything?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly, I'm working on a written report, and I'll probably have it ready for next month. I just would comment that the federal budget did come down yesterday, and so from FCM's point of view, it's very disappointing, to say the least. And FCM has made that very clear. There's some things in there that will assist municipalities, but it's fallen way short of certainly what local municipalities across this country need recognizing that, municipalities across this country are very well positioned to enhance and to bring the Canadian economy back to what it was pre-pandemic. And there's clearly, while words from federal MPs have agreed with those statements, the budget certainly does not show that. So anyway, FCM will continue to work with our federal partners, both in the government and for all three major parties at the federal level, and continue to advocate and move forward municipal issues on everybody's behalf. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you for that. When you present your written report, I certainly have a few things to say. I did get a very upsetting phone call from one of my residents about this grocery rebate that they thought it was for them it would have been in the $150. They thought that was per month. It's for the year. And the $400 for a family is for a year. So certainly not the good news that some of our residents needed, and I couldn't agree with you more that we are in the position, us, our councils, our staff, we are boots on the ground, and although we have a very engaged MPP and MP, we're the ones that our residents go to. So thank you for that. Roma, much like the FCM report, our annual general meeting is next Thursday in Belleville, and because of the huge turnover, I didn't feel it appropriate to report on what the previous board did, but rather on what this board's, what we're going forward with. So I will have a report for you this next month, and everybody received the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus written report. If you could hold your comments, questions, of course, for the actual warden, that would be greatly appreciated, just because I didn't go to that meeting. All right, now, I now have under notices of motion, I have a motion, whereas the Federation of Canadian Municipalities represents the interests of member municipalities on policy and program matters that fall within federal jurisdiction, whereas FCM's Board of Directors is comprised of elected municipal officials from all regions and sizes of communities to form a broad base of support and provide FCM with the united voice required to carry the municipal message to the federal government, and whereas FCM's virtual annual conference and trade show will be held May 25th to 28th, 2023, during which time the annual general meeting will be held and followed by the election of FCM's Board of Directors. Be it resolved that the Council of the County of Renfrew endorse Councillor Glenn Doncaster to stand for election on FCM's Board of Directors and appointments to standing committees for the period starting in May 2023 and ending at the AGM in 2025. And be it further resolved that Council assumes all costs associated with Councillor Glenn Doncaster attending FCM's Board of Directors meetings. May I have a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor from Amherst Bromley, seconded by North Algona Wilberforce. Comments, questions, concerns? All in favor? Thank you. I have a resolution, whereas during the October 13th, 2022 EOWC meeting, the caucus passed the below motion to endorse the 7-in-7 Regional Housing Plan Vision Statement. That the EOWC endorses the proposed vision statement as follows on the Regional Housing Project proposal, and the EOWC will commit to increase our share of rental supply by 7,000 units across Eastern Ontario within 7 years, and work in partnership with the federal and provincial governments, local municipalities, private sector, and nonprofit sector. This will include a regional model that accounts for cost savings, local flexibility, and sustainability. This goal will be accomplished through joint procurement and design, incentivization, municipal coordination, land use planning, long-term operational models, and leveraging partnerships. An innovative approach to funding land use planning, engineering, inspection, and servicing will be required. Whereas there are approximately 12,000 to 14,000 community rental housing units needed to address the municipal waitlists across the Eastern Ontario region, and approximately 1,369 units in Renfrew County. Whereas the Eastern Ontario region's average wait time for community housing is almost 5 years across all unit types and as high as 10 years for some units. Whereas the AOWC is ready to take a regional leadership role with a bold plan to reduce the wait list and build the supply of community rental housing by developing the 7 in 7 regional housing plan. Whereas the 7 in 7 plan will deliver 7,000 new affordable community rental units over 7 years, in addition to incentivizing an additional 21,000 attainable market rate units from the private and nonprofit sectors for a total of 28,000 housing units. Whereas the province of Ontario has the goal of building 1.5 million homes across the province by 2031. Whereas collaboration, commitment, and contribution between the federal government of Ontario, the province of Ontario, federal government of Canada, the province of Ontario, Indigenous governments, and private and non-profit sectors are key to tackle regional housing projects. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew is committed to fulfilling the goals of the EOWC's 7 in 7 Regional Housing Plan. That Council urges all orders of government, private, and nonprofit partners to fill the housing gap by collaborating, innovating, and investing in filling the rural housing gap. And that this resolution be forwarded to the Right Honourable Prime Minister of Canada, the Honourable Premier of Ontario, the Honourable Provincial Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Honourable Provincial Associate Minister of Housing, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the Rural Ontario Municipal Association, and the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus. Can I get a mover and second? Whew. The member from Laurentian Hills and the member from Arnprior. Any conversation? I almost did that in one breath. Yes, member from Deep River.
So, thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't know exactly which fund, but my understanding is that the EWOC will be applying to some of the FCM housing programs. So.
Yes, I'm getting the nod, that's true. All right, anything further? All in favor? Thank you. Okay, do I have the right one?
So, Chair, we've amended what was circulated. This is for the notice of motion that was circulated on the intimate partner violence. There were some grammatical and spelling errors and some little minor errors, plus a, if you will, a missing paragraph towards the end. So we've updated that, and thanks to Rose for doing this. So now it's on the screen for it to be read into record as amended or as corrected appropriately.
Mr. Kelly, do you want me to get up and read it, or do you want to read it, or do you want to? Rose, can you share it with me?
We can read it for you if you want. Sure.
Go ahead.
All right.
Please. I'm tuckered out from the last one.
Hold on a second, it's a long one. Thanks, Rose. All right. Whereas the jury that adjudicated the Carol Culleton, Anastasia Kuzik, and Natalie Warmenden inquest issued 86 recommendations onto the province of Ontario on intimate partner violence, and whereas every 6 days in Canada a woman is killed by her intimate partner, and whereas on any given night in Canada, over 6,000 women and children sleep in shelters because it is not safe for them at home, and whereas each year over 40,000 arrests result from domestic violence, about 12% of all violent crime in Canada, and whereas the majority of victims of spousal abuse are female, accounting for 83% of all victims, and whereas 1 in 5 women experience some form of abuse in their intimate relationship, and whereas this past year in Ontario, 52 women, or 1 every week, were victims of femicide in Renfrew County, 2 women have been killed by men since December 2022. Whereas the cost of violence against women costs the national justice system, social assistance budgets, and municipal budgets millions of dollars per year. And whereas municipalities are on the front lines in addressing gender-based violence in our communities and therefore are in a position to offer insights on the needs and possible directions for provincial and federal funding. And whereas a pebble mosaic was unveiled in Barry's Bay's Water Tower Park to honor Anastasia Kuzik, Carol Culleton, and Natalie Warmerdon. And whereas each year Renfrew County hosts a vigil in Petawawa at the Women's Institute to honor women who have lost, who have been lost through femicide. Be it resolved that the county, or that the Council for the County of Renfrew recognizes the issues of violence against women in rural communities as serious to the health and wellness of local families. And be it further resolved that the Council for the County of Renfrew recognizes the rural Renfrew County, the rural Renfrew County inquest as important to all rural municipalities communities. And be it further resolved that Council for the County of Renfrew is committed to engaging with community partners to educate and support our residents about the seriousness and long-term danger of violence in our community. And based on the statistics of 4,815 crisis calls and service provision to 527 women and children in our local community, the Council for the County of Renfrew declares IPV, intimate partner violence, and VAW, violence against women, an epidemic as per recommendation 1 of the Renfrew County jury recommendations, and further that this resolution be circulated to all municipalities in Ontario and the Association of Municipalities of Ontario.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. May I have a mover and seconder? Moved by the member from Edmundston Bromley, seconded by the member from North Algona Wilberforce. Comments? Yes, member from Edmundston Bromley.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I wonder if Mr. Kelly might scroll back up to the top, and I believe that this can be, I will certainly defer to the CAO. Procedurally, I think that this would qualify as a friendly amendment. Just bear with me one moment as I look through the number of preamble clauses. The 7th clause currently states, whereas this past year in Ontario, 52 women, or 1 every week, were victims of femicide in Renfrew County. I'd like some clarity there. 52 women were not subject to femicide in Renfrew County. It was, in fact, in Ontario. So I wonder if we could have some tweaking in that particular preamble clause. It is incredibly appalling, even on a provincial basis, but I think it's appropriate that that be clarified.
Councillor, if I can, what I'm suggesting, it should just says we're victims of femicide with a semicolon following that. The words in Renfrew County should be struck from that sentence, I believe.
And in the version I have, it says, in Ontario, 1 woman who is 52 women, and in Renfrew County, 2 women have been killed. So my version is different.
Could I simply advise that I think if we moved the semicolon, just the semicolon itself, I think that we could correct the issue.
You're entirely correct. Now, second, third read, you're right. It means to say in Renfrew County, 2 women have been killed since December 2022.
I believe that would be considered friendly.
Agreed.
Yes, it would. Yes, it would.
You're the mover. The seconder is fine with that? Excellent. Thank you. Anything further? Member from Edmundston Bromley.
Just wish to commend staff for bringing this forward. Certainly, once again, acknowledge Ms. Brooks, Ms. Ugama, and Ms. Casista that were here this morning, and likewise, actually, Ms. Lapine for the presentation. As horrific as that presentation is, I think that this is the tip of the spear, and it must always be carried. This needs to have a very high profile, and I think that this is the first step in making that profile, and enormously pleased to actually be meeting item number 1 in the juror recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Anything further? Then I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. There are no members' written motions. Is there any new business? The member from Arnprior, please.
Thank you, Chair. I have 2. The Arnprior District Hospital has announced they have been approved for a CT scanner. It will be operational by February 2025 at a cost of $1.6 million. It has a target of 6,000 scans a year. Funding has been started. And 2, a local Arnprior company, Metallica, made CTV. Meta what?
Medellina.
That's why I say Medellina. Made CTV News on the weekend because of the Ottawa show, and they showed their 4-season modular home, which may be the answer for affordable housing in the future in Renfrew County. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other new business? I see none. At this time, I need a mover and seconder for a closed meeting pursuant to Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001, as amended for the purpose of information explicitly supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board by Canada, a province or territory, or a Crown agency, integrated community housing. Can I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by member from North Algona-Wilberforce, seconded by member from Greater Madawaska. All in favor? We are now enclosed. Thank you. Thank you, and welcome back. And at this point, I will turn it over to our CAO to read the recommendation out of close. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. The recommendation is that contract RE 2023-01-RH for an affordable multi-residential housing project in the City of Pembroke, as submitted by Braun Construction Limited, Ottawa, Ontario, in the amount of $3,114,679.73 plus HST be approved, and further that County Council pass a bylaw to authorize execution of the contract, and further that the agreement with Plus VG Architects of Ottawa, Ontario be amended to include contract administration and construction supervision services.
Thank you. You've heard the recommendation. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Laurentian Hills, seconded by the member from Greater Madawaska. Discussion. All in favor? I have a resolution that bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on March 29, 2023, now be numbered, deemed read 3 times, and passed. Can I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by Councillor from North Algona Wilberforce, seconded by the Councillor from Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards. Discussion. All in favor? Thank you for putting up with me, and at this time, I will ask for a mover and seconder for an adjournment. Moved by the Councillor from Madawaska Valley, seconded by the Councillor from Horton. All in favor? We are adjourned. Thanks, everyone.